Hi everyone, Pasha, you're on air. Let's go.
Hello, let's start. So, welcome to the first Borderless JavaScript Community Conference. Today, we're gonna have this great global virtual event. JavaScript communities will give you tech talks and they will discuss the latest news of the JavaScript world and JavaScript development in general. So, during this conference, we will cover a lot of topics such as open source platforms and leading technologies that's going to be provided by JavaScript community from China. Also, we're going to talk about JavaScript expectation and reality. That's going to be a community talk from FrontSpot, JustViewed, and JavaScript Kyiv community. Then we're going to navigate to journey to the headless world of JavaScript. And here, our JavaScript community center expert will help us to navigate there. And then we're going to roll to Node.js. Again, this talk will be covered by JavaScript Community Center expert, and it will be just great. Then we're going to proceed to how to share data in micro frontend architecture from UI Community India. That's going to be great as well. And last but not least, we can have JavaScript quiz. So, guys, as you can see, this event will be just great, just amazing, and welcome to this Borderless JavaScript Community Conference. I couldn't be more thrilled to share this conference with you, and we are happy to start. So, let's go to our first talk.
Michael, hello, you're on air. Sorry, but you are on mute.
Pov, I think I assume we start at half past, I think a 4:15. Should we start now? Or?
Okay. Maybe we can start after some minutes.
Yes, I think that will be better. Let's wait because for China we have not only me, right? Make sure everybody join.
Okay.
Yep.
So let's
Yeah.
go.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So first, nice to meet you all here. Yeah. So it's quite an honor and to be here and to present something to you guys and for different regions. And so this is Michael from EPAN System Center branch office. And Bev, I think can we share my screen? Yeah, cool. Yeah. So for today, I think first, I think it's quite an honor, right? We have been waiting for this moment for more than 2 months. We have been preparing, but I'm not sure whether materials will be satisfied by the guys or not. If not, please do tell us. Yeah. So topic will be JavaScript in China. And if you check, and for today, we'll have different criteria. And first for Michael, me will be presenting or something regarding JavaScript community in China and JS engineers in EPAM China. And later, Dexter will be showing some JS ecosystem in China. Later, and we will have a local platform AMS demo and from Devi. And last but not least is MFE, right? Quite popular recently, and based on Qiankun framework, will be demoed by John. And later for Q&A, if you have any questions, you can ask us. Yeah. So if we check for China, right, community, and if you check the left part, we have core team across different regions, and here I want to say is currently, and JavaScript is not a toy language anymore, right? So JavaScript is everywhere, not in front end, but in back end, in not only single thread, but multiple thread, not only pure front end, but also architectural, cloud native, or mobile development, or even robotic or AI programming. A lot of SDA there. So what I want to highlight today is for engineering series, and this year, with the help from Anna, we are trying to bring a new version of engineering sessions based on JavaScript community. And we have 2 categories. One is for engineering thinking, another is engineering practice, based on problem statement and technology enablement. So this, I think, will be quite interesting. And if you, anyone quite interested in this one and like this formality, and can contact us and for a bit to become a speaker and to contribute and share your knowledge. Yeah. So next one is for JS engineers in China. And so for here, we will not disclose a lot of confidential information. Here, I just give some high level. So we have around 150 developers across 5 cities working on more than 30 projects. And if we check on the technology, right, we have React, Vue, Angular, TypeScript, and Flutter, React Native, and Taro. If we check for the first one, maybe Virtual DOM is not the ending solution, because if we check Solid.js, they are more, they don't want to introduce Virtual DOM, but similar as a performance to Vanilla. And for mobile, I think this is specific for China, a lot of stuff. So this is what Dexter and John, Psyche, and David will be demoing to us later. And others, I think, what kind of projects we have been working. I think, let's say, we have Electron for real time. We have some migration projects from Angular to new platform. And also we have SU support and native and React Native or WeChat platform or Ali payment or similar, a lot of China-specific interesting stuff. Yeah. So I think then it's your time and to show some China-specific information. Yeah. Welcome, Dexter. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Allow me to share my screen. Hold on. Okay, so hello everyone. So my name is Dexter. I'm from EPAM China Shenzhen office. So I'm very honored to be here. And today I'm going to give you a brief introduction of JavaScript ecosystem in China. So about 5 years ago, the big The big front-end concept starts to emerge in China's JavaScript community. It is driven by the idea that using one code base to build a UI for all platforms. Actually, with Node.js, the big frontend also includes backends, for example, serverless and BFF. To make this happen, tech giants has invested so much money and efforts, and eventually we have a couple solutions available. For example, with React and React Native, we can cover all the platforms. The downside of it is that one code base is not going to cut it. Another approach is Flutter, which is hot in China as well. It meets all the requirements and looks promising. And probably the oldest solution is the hybrid, which is usually criticized for its low performance. Today, I'd like to introduce another China-specific solution, mini program. Actually, I'm not so sure if it's specific to China, but bear with me and let me know if it's not. So the mini program, it was introduced and launched by WeChat in 2017. Since then, the mini program has exploded. Statistic from 2020 shows that more than 8 millions of mini programs were distributed among 7 major platforms, and there are more than 500 million daily active users. It is believed that mini program has laid the foundation for the digitalization of Chinese enterprise. So take McDonald's, for example. Its mini program and app are identical. We're almost be sure that they are from the same code base. From user's perspective, um, you need to download and wait the app to be installed in your phone. And then possibly you need to authenticate and add a payment method before you can make an order. On the other hand, you could just open up your WeChat from your phone, scan a QR code, and the McDonald's mini program will be loaded instantly. And the authentication and payment is handled by WeChat for you. So I download the McDonald's app just to take the screenshot. I prefer its mini program because it's convenience. And yeah, here we have a comparison from high level. So React Native or Flutter shines at the performance, but the overall cost is much higher. Hybrid can significantly reduce cost if we're willing to compromise on the performance. With mini program, not only we can reduce the cost, but the performance is almost comparable to React Native or Flutter because it's been heavily optimized by the hosting platform. So as mini program gains attention, different companies build their own mini program platforms, and each of them are using different tools and frameworks. So in order to reduce the development efforts, the community has come up with a few cross-platform frameworks. So I've listed 4 frameworks, which are the most popular ones. All of them are using Vue-like syntax. Taro supports both Vue and React. Depending on which platform you're targeting, you might choose one from another. But UniApp and Taro can cover almost all the major platforms. And later in the session, my colleague Saiki will present a demo of it. So next, I would like to talk about the open source status in China. Um, the number of open source projects in the world is growing rapidly, and also is the same for the number of developers and open source projects in China. The number of high quality projects has also increased simultaneously. In 2021, GitHub has over 7 million Chinese users. The growth rate of open source project in Git has reached 192%. The number of projects with more than 1,000 stars has grown by 132%. And for those of you who may never heard of a Git is the code hosting platform in China just like GitHub. In 2020, the total number of repositories in Git has exceeded 15 millions. The emerging sector have a more open attitude toward open source, and open source software accounts for half of all industry repositories. As we can see in this diagram, there's quite a lot of open source software companies, organizations, and communities in China, and there are much more than these which are not listed here. In China, we have Git and coding for source code hosting. We have CNPM for code package registry because they provide some optimizations for localization, such as networking. For Git and coding, they also provide powerful online IDE for developers who want to open their web browser and write code and commit directly. According to a public survey from GitHub in 2020, out of the 15 million plus GitHub user, China is the second largest in terms of both user and the level of open source usage, just after United States. GitHub has more than 7 million Chinese users. However, most Chinese developers have only used the open source software and have never deeply involved in it. Only 32% of developers have actually participated in open source projects. So open source is still new to Chinese developers, but its popularity has been rising in the past few years. I have picked 6 from the large number of open source projects in China to share with you. Vue.js is one of the most popular front-end framework in China. The ecosystem of Vue.js in China is very mature. A lot of open source tools and libraries related to Vue.js are developed in China. One very good example is Wix. Wix is developed by Alibaba for developers to build cross-platform applications with Vue. Similar ideas to React Natives. Speaking of Alibaba, or known as Ali, it is one of the largest company in China IT industry. It is considered to have the top contribution in open source project in China. Here we list the 6 open source projects, and 4 of them are from Alibaba, like InDesign, also from Alibaba. It is a React UI library, which is provided a set of high quality React components, and we can find that InDesign has been widely used in many web applications around the world. Another one from Alibaba is called Ahook. It is a high quality, reliable React hook library. It provides a lot of React hooks that you're gonna need. I highly recommend Ahook. And the next one I'm going to introduce is called Qiankun, also from Alibaba. It is one of the most popular micro front-end framework at the moment. My colleague John will give a very short demo of it later. The last open source project that I'm going to share with you is the Amis, which is a low-code platform service provider. Our colleague Dave will also present a demo of it later. So that wraps up my presentation. I hand over to my colleague Saki. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Saki Lei from EPAM China Suzhou office. I'm a senior JavaScript developer focused on WeChat development. During last years, my team delivered many WeChat mini programs for the clients. Let me give you a brief introduction to the WeChat mini program development by using Taro. one of the most popular frameworks in mainland China. Taro is an open cross-platform and cross-framework solution that supports the use of frameworks such as React and Vue to develop WeChat, ByteDance, JD.com, Baidu, Alipay, H5, and other applications. Please take a look at the right part of this slide. It shows how Taro can support different platforms. Usually, we use React as the framework, but you can also use Vue if you are more familiar with it. When you need to run your project on a different app, Taro will convert your project codes to the target application platform. In the runtime phase, Taro also encapsulates components, APIs, to adapt the differences between platforms, such as sending a networking request. We use fetch or access in the browser and use wx.request in WeChat mini program. While in Taro, we use a method called taro.request. Taro will call different low-level methods in different applications. This VS Code window shows the file structure of our Taro project. If you have experience in React, the structure is very familiar. For example, we save common components in this components folder. We have actions, reducers, store folders for state management. This index.js is the owning page of our application. I think you may be very familiar with these lifecycle methods, right? Okay. Next, let me show you a demo about how Taro runs the same project as H5 in browser and a mini program in WeChat and Douyin. The first demo is H5. Let me start the dev server first. Starting. It will open a browser automatically. Combining. As the right browser shows, this is a very simple to-do list application that has below features. The first feature is adding new task to the list. Let me add one. Good study. You can see the new task was added. The second feature is marking some task as completed. You can click the checkbox of each task, just like this. You can see that after I click it, the first task is marked as completed. The final feature is listing all tasks and filtering tasks by their status: active, completed, and all. You can see the task I marked as completed is listed in this tab. The tasks to be completed are listed in this here. This tab shows all of your tasks, including the completed and the to be completed. This is the first demo. Next, let me show you how to run this application as WeChat mini program. This window with dark background is WeChat Development IDE. We need QR code generated by it to preview this project on mobile. This QuickTime window is a mirror of my iPhone screen. Let me start mini program dev server. Starting, combining. Okay. Click preview button to get a QR code for previewing. It's generating. And open my WeChat app. Scan the QR code. Yeah. You can see the mini program has been loaded. It's very smooth progress from you scan the QR code to see the project. It shows the same UI as the H5 version. Let me add some tasks. Good. Study. Yeah. And mark someone completed. And switch between the 3 tabs. Perfect. The last demo is run this project on Douyin. Douyin is the most popular short-form mobile video app in mainland China. I think most of you may know its global version, TikTok. This is the development IDE for ByteDance mini programs. Like the IDE for WeChat, we need a QR code generated by it to preview this project on mobile. Start Douyin dev server. Starting. Okay. Click preview button and open Douyin. Scan it. Yeah, you see the application again, but it's run on Douyin. Let me add the new task. Good. Study. It works. Mark the first one as completed and switch between the 3 tabs. Perfect. That's all my today's demonstration. This demo shows the cross-platform building abilities of Taro, just like the famous sentence, write once, run everywhere. Due to time constraints, we cannot show all the features of Taro. If you want to know more about Taro, you can go to its website to find out what you want. That's all my sharing. Thank you. I'll give the control to next speaker, David. It's your turn.
Okay. Thank you, Seki. Can you see my screen? Hey. Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm David. I'm very happy to hear and share some of my experience about low-code platform. At the beginning, I'd like to introduce a little bit background about low-code. And then I will show a demonstration regarding create page in a low-code platform, which based on an open source framework. All right. With the development of the society, there will be new businesses in every industry. As a developer, it will be good news that I can develop applications to earn money. So compare with a traditional project, flow, more like developer coding and then saving code, and then the code will be reviewed by some experts, and then the code will go to CI/CD period. Then it will be deployed to some environment, and then the tester could start testing and could find some bugs. Then this flow repeat. Most of our project flow could be like this. So Assuming if we have a low-code platform, what it would be. Actually, low-code is a visual application development approach that makes we can deliver an application very fast. So assuming if I have a low-code platform, what I just need to do is open the low-code platform and create pages, components, database, business flow. All of this could be created in a low-code platform without developers. So that would be very more faster to deliver an application, to reduce cost, risk, etc. After the basic background and concept about low-code platform, I'd like to do a deep dive into how to create a page in a low-code platform. Here, I will use an open source framework, Amis, to demonstrate how to create a customized page. This framework open sourced by a famous company in China. In a low-code platform, we could have an independent portal to create our pages. Next, in my demonstration, I will create a normal TV show listing page. Inside the page, it will have two components. One is search component, and another is table component. And the TV show data would come from a public API. Okay, let's move to the demonstration part. And here is the Amis source code I have studied before. Let's move to the browser. I just need to visit this link, and here is the main page. Currently, this page is editing mode. At the right top corner, we can find a create page button. Just click it. It will show a pop-up. Let me type TV show, and the path should be show, and some icons here, and save it. Now we can find a new menu item shows here. This is our new TV show listing page I just created. Currently, it is an empty page. So if I want to add more component in it, I need to click the edit button, and then we'll go to the edit portal. Okay, this is the edit portal. In this portal, I can edit my TV show listing page now. You can see here at the left side panel, we have many basic components, function components can use. And the middle panel in our page is our page container. I can add some component in it. And at the right side panel, it's more like properties edit panel. Like I can edit my component properties in this panel. All right, let me start to create my TV show listing page. First, I need to drag the CIUD component here. Then it will show a pop-up to edit more properties. In the pop-up, the first input is to add some API link for my table. So let's move to our public API. This is a public API can get current TV show data with one query criteria. Here, if I have a query, it will get the data related to my query criteria. If I'm not open a query, like it will respond nothing. So let me just copy this and pass it here. Okay, the next, this is enable function, like new, I can to create a new data, like batch deletion my data. Just ignore it. Let's keep moving to the next. Here we can add our table columns. This is column title. This is the bind field name, and this is the column types. As you can see here, the framework supports many column types. Before I add column, I need to go check the API data structure. It is necessary due to I need to pick the right data from the API response. Okay, let's move to the API again. Here we can see the API, the show data. We have some information like name, like some image and summary here. Okay, let's move back. Next, here I need to edit this show.id, and this column I just need to add name, and show.name. And next, I want to add a column called cover image. Cover image. Here I need to show type show.image. Let me check here. .image and medium. Okay. .me. Yeah. And here, let me change this to picture. And then I want to add a summary. Summary here. And let me just type show.summary. And this should be a template because the summary is HTML string. Okay. Let me just confirm it. And now we can see we already have some columns here. Then I will add a search criteria component here. Let me select this table. And here we will find an enable query condition here. Just enable it. And we will see query condition component will show here. Just click it. Field name should be like field name should be Q, right? Should be Q. And this title may call it query. Okay, let me save it. Now let me go back to the previous to check. Now you can see we have a query condition component and a table component in my TV shortlisting page. Let me just type some query value to test it. TV and enter. We will have some data. Yeah, it works. So for now, currently we are in an edit mode so that I can edit my page. At the top right, I can enable the production model. The production model would be the released version. Let me just click it. You will see here, then the page would not be added. Okay, I have finished my demonstration. Actually, the low-code platform is more and more famous now. There are a lot of concepts and application areas in low-code ecosystem. If you are interested in this, you will encounter many interesting things as you study further. Next, I will host to join. He will introduce another interesting topic to you. Thank you.
John, you are on mute, please.
Hey, by the way, can you guys hear me? I was mute. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's do it.
Okay, sure. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is John Kai, and I'm a JavaScript developer from EPAM, China, and I'm very glad to see you guys here. And today I'll be introducing one of the popular micro front-end framework, which is called the Qiankun, and which is developed by the Alibaba in China. The concept of micro front-end might be new to some of us, but I think that most of us have heard of the microservices in backend development. The idea is to split the backend application into small individual services so that each of the microservice could only be in charge of a very small function. So it's easier for developer to maintain onto scale. And the idea of the micro front end is a bit similar. So we will have a main front-end application within that main application, we could have multiple sub-application running, acting just like different web components to assemble the whole web page. But the main application and all the sub-application could run independently as standalone project, meaning that we can choose any tech stack or any framework or any tools to build it. And each of these applications could communicate and share data just like the microservices. And there is a lot of reason why we should considering building web application with micro front-end structure, such as we need to build a large-scale web application across different development teams. So each team could only be focused on their part and on the production environment that we can assemble all the sub-applications together to deliver the final product. Another case is that we have a legacy project that with old technologies. Instead of building a new application with the desired technology from scratch, that we can choose having migration to micro front end to build new feature with the cutting edge technology, but still keep the legacy part running. So typically we have 4 ways to build the micro front end application. The first one is the build time integration. That is probably what we have done most in the past to implement the micro front end. But the problem with build time integration is the pipeline of each application might not be decoupled, and maybe it's harder for us to test with the integration. So another solution is use the iframe, which is also quite common and is easier to achieve with simple cases. But the problem is with iframe, it will be harder to share data and also having issues with cookies and with like poor interaction with browser navigation. So it would have much poor user experience with lower performance. Another case is if you are building your application with server-side rendering, then server-side composition as micro front-end implementation might be a good option. If not, then you might need to think of the extra effort to server-side rendering, migration, and other issues with SSR. So the last option that we have is the runtime integration, including the technology like Qiankun and single SPI, which is, I think, that solve the pain points of the others implementation very nicely. So now let's have a look at the code structure of the Qiankun demo that I'm going to show you. As mentioned before, we will have a main application as a container. So as we can see in this picture. Also, we will have sub-application running in this container. And for this demo that I'm going to show you, that the main application is built by the Vue.js. And also we have a React application, a Vue application, and also a pure HTML application running as sub-application. Okay, so let me show you my IDE. As we can see that we have folders called main, and which is contain the main application, and also that we have sub-application like the sub-React and sub-Vue and sub-HTML folders just in here, right? Okay. And as we can see here, each of these sub-applications could be completely independent, which is they have their own source code, package.json, configuration, and README file, etc., so that we can put them in different repository to develop and to maintain. But in this demo, that I'm going to put them all together, so it's easier for us to understand. Okay, so in this root package.json file, so we can see these comments here, and also I'm going to show you in the React one, the React package.json. So as we can see that each of these applications has their own commands to start for development or to build or to run tests. But the question is, how do we line them up to assemble the complete application? So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to define the doc environment files, just like this one, to define all the sub-application like their and URL, and also we'll have a microapp.js right here as an entry file, and to define all the sub-application with their name and the entry point. And also we have a container defined in here, and also we have a method to get the global state, which is I will going to show you later. Okay, so here is how this application looks like. As well, we can see in this blue area that I highlighted is the main application, and the white area is for the sub-application container, which is in this demo. All the sub-applications share the same container, but certainly you can put them all in different container in this page, but it's entirely up to where you need them to be. Okay, so in this page that we can see this view application as a sub-application has two routes, right? The home and the about page is different page right here. So as I switch the routing, and it's under this particular sub-application, as we can see the URL change, right? And also that we can see the global state listed in the main application, which is on the right corner, right top corners right here. We also can see that the state is also in this sub-application. So I'm going to show you the React application that's running as well, that share the same state, and also the HTML applications right here, also having the state that is listed. Okay. And the sub-application is not only to allow to read the global state, but also be able to update it. So right here, we have a button to change the global state. Once I click it, you can see that the state is immediately changed, not only in this application, but also in main application and the others like React and the HTML, all the application would be updated. And another very important feature that I have mentioned is that each of these applications could run independently. So like here, we have a button to open a standalone environment that we can see. This is the standalone environment for the Vue application. And also for the React, it's the same, right? This is the standalone mode. Okay, so that we can see that each of them have their independent environment and setting and stuff. The reason behind this is that we have defined the different bootstrap cases in standalone mode or in Qiankun's environment that I'm going to show you in the Vue entry point. Okay, so we can see that it's defined it in here, that we have bootstrap method with the Qiankun environment or without it. Okay. So due to the limited of time in my section, there's a lot of interesting feature of Qiankun which is not introduced in this demo, but I would suggest you go to Qiankun's website and to find out yourself. And that's it for my demo today. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Now let's get back to Michael. Thank you.
Hi, Pip. Can you also share our final screen? Yeah. So I think finally we are reaching the Q&A phase, yeah, or stage. And we do have several questions, and let's approach them through Q&A and peer discussion. What is the benefits of using Taro? Isn't it redundant middleware? So first, for today, our session topic is trying to introducing the open source and cutting technology or leading technology in China. So for Taro, I think it's a good tool. First, I think if we use the JavaScript history and we from write less do more to write once, run everywhere, right? But the everywhere means what? Earlier, I think only desktop and mobile, H5, but later we have mobile, and later we have mini program. Mini program, we have Baidu, Douyin, and WeChat. So then everywhere, I think, which means normally we try to build some bridge between them, try to make sure it's easier for others. Yeah. So I think it's not redundant, because if you are very skilled developer, maybe you don't need this tool. But I assume for certain portion of developers, this tool may help. Yeah. Okay. Pep, can we go to next question? Yeah. I suppose that main idea is a uniform API to connect to the WeChat and TikTok, etc. I think so. And normally I think it's a compiler, and we just write once and compile to different artifacts, and then can deploy it to different platform. And thank you. Any idea from you? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not only a unified API, but also some components and some common syntax by using React syntax. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. So next is it hard to connect this service via standard API from React? I think so. Because sometimes when we build some bridge, right, normally the most challenging part will be how to manage the capability. Yeah. So normally, for example, if React, they have new versions, new API, but when you try to compile your source code to React code, but you will never compile to new version, right? Because when you build the bridge, how come you can know the version, the APIs of version 18 or 20 or even later 30 year? So yes, and is it hard to connect this service via standard? Yeah, I think so. It may be a little bit challenging. Yeah. I assume what is the code approach and performance on a hook when this app goes live? I think when it goes live, because this is more like a compiler rule, right? Just like a JavaScript and a TypeScript or ES6, you compile with TypeScript compiler or something like that. Yeah, and then to ES5 or something. So the performance maybe sometimes is regarding how much time it will take to compile from source code to the artifacts. So, but when it goes to live, right, when build the artifacts is there, you deploy it to different platform. I think the performance is not related to Taro itself. Yeah, and okay, I think then will there be a link to Git example? Okay, I think we will consolidate, yeah, and to see how to share, yeah.
I can answer this question. You can find the demo in Taro's website. It's a typical example of using Taro.
Does Taro provide environment specific API in the app, like a web API, web or mobile device storage or private? I think normally we can build something, because it's just like when you try to call async storage or encryption for local mobile, right? So normally we can build some plugins and to do this kind of compiler. But when it comes to build to mini program or TikTok, I assume most of the security should already be covered or something like that. Yeah. So normally, in China, it's interesting, right? Normally, we seldom use Taro to build a React Native directly. Normally, more just like some guys said, and more like use it for mini program or TikTok. For React Native, mobile native, normally we use Flutter or something like that. Yeah, yeah. I think if no questions, I think thanks for joining this session. Yeah. See you, Pep. I think we can pass to next. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Alexander.
Hello, Pavel. Fine, and you?
You're ready with your team?
I hope so.
Okay, so let's start. I see about something. What can you say maybe about your community or your mood now?
My mood for now is quite nervous because it is first experience for mine to have such speech around all different speakers from around the world. So
Yeah,
also
it's brilliant.
I think it will give me enough experience for further maybe adventures in this area. So, and I hope that our journey will be interesting for all other viewers of the conference.
Thank you. I hope so. Pavel, what would you say for our audience?
Yeah, well, just note for our audience and for Alex especially, you have nothing to worry about. Literally, Alex. This is just,
Yep.
literally friendly conversation between community leaders, between different communities. And while we're waiting for our Rahman, our last but not least participant over here, how about we do some interaction with the audience, guys? What do you think? Because literally, I do see a lot of comments from various countries, and I really want to know what is the weather today in your city, right? Just please post a comment about the weather in your city so we do understand what is your mood then. Because literally, if it's super shiny and it's super sunny, most likely you're super happy. So just drop a comment. Oh, Roman, you're here. That's great.
Hey Paul, hey guys.
Oh,
And answer to your question, how's the mood? Okay, just okay.
maybe some other option will be to choose weather and how you can make some comparison weather with some of the best web technology. Maybe rainy, it's Node.js, or maybe Vue, it's something like I don't know, Storm. I don't know. Pavel, have you some
Yes,
similar?
and React is a nuclear power plant. It's nothing to do with weather, but just nuclear power because reactors inside.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a danger.
Yeah,
Danger.
good comparison.
Yeah.
So I see that we got a lot of comments like sunny, clouds, super sunny, sunny. So I think that means that we've got a lot of countries, a lot of cities, and most likely a lot of opinions about JavaScript. So how about we start then our talk about JavaScript expectation and reality then. Alex, I assume that you've got something to share with us, right?
Yep. So let me start the conversation, or we should wait some minutes for official start.
Are we going to be official in here? I was not telling about this.
Not at all, but in some ways, because we speak about communities, so we need to be more official than in ordinary life.
Oh, in that case, we should be the communities because it's official. It's like not just a community, the communities.
Where is my suit?
Yep. So as far as I understand, we're in chat with our audience. So that is like, hello to all community and JS lovers. We're glad to welcome you on our Borderless Js Community Conference. So I think we named this conference because of the situation where most of our speakers are placed around the world. So that is why in this conference we try to break the walls to communicate with each other and gather all information in one place in order to you that you will enjoy this show. Of course, our points of view are represented by different community leaders. So for today, we speak about 3 communities. One of them is FrontSpot, which is represented by Pavel. Hello, Pavel. You're in our conversation. So the main goal of FrontSpot, as far as I understand, is to help engineers to grow professionally, to communicate with each other, and to involve some enthusiasts to these activities. So the second representative on our meeting is Roman, who is a leader of JavaScript community Kiev. So they positioned as they are enthusiasts that collaborate with each other. They share their professional views, points of view, and involve somehow some comedy elements. Roman will speak about this because I not honestly understand how you do this, but okay. And the last guest.
First of all, I would like to say that you were saying we have some positioning from JS Kiev. I was not know about this either. And the way when you're talking about breaking some kind of the walls and stuff, guys, please do not do that at home. It's very dangerous to break walls at home. Sorry for interruption. Please go ahead, Sasha.
Yep. Thanks, Roman. And the last guest of our conversation is Farhad. Welcome, Farhad. He is a representative of Just View It. And as we see from the name of the community, the main goal of this community is to popularize Vue.js framework, to share experience on this framework, and maybe to achieve some knowledge in it and share it between other people. So welcome, guys, on our topic. And if we speak about our guys, I think that they're not simple guys, they're special guys. I think that they're bad guys, maybe bad JS geeks, because before our conversation, when we speak about topic of our conversation, I just get one short description about vacancy of front-end engineer from the market, and they didn't give me any explanation of it. So I think we should get some clarification from you guys about what's going on and what happened. So you're in.
Maybe you could share the vacancy with us so we can take a look at it.
So, okay, about the vacancy. We see front-end engineer with more than 8 years of professional software experience in front-end development, JS, HTML, and so on. Also experience with Node.js, React, Redux, and so on. Some knowledge in cross-browser development and testing, fundamental understanding on visual and interactive design, and so on. So we have a lot of points that candidate from the market should have for this position. What do you think about it in modern world? Should candidate know all of these points or just a myth?
Oh, I have just one question. I already see the vacancy. Thank you very much for sharing. It's like requirements, 8 years experience, that's okay, all right. With JavaScript, HTML5, and HTML5. I have one question. In case it's stated 2 times HTML5, should candidate have twice as experience, like 16 years of HTML5, or just mistaken the vacancy?
Maybe it just means that you must be in trend, know about what is HTML5, why you should use it.
I'm just expecting the kind of interview will be like the question, do you familiar with HTML5? I do. And the second question, are you really sure about that? I am. So that's right, that's twice HTML5 answer to the question.
Not bad. But maybe we also can ask from our audience about some strange requirements that you in your background saw that connect with the front end, but in your opinion it's so strange and so maybe surprise you. Because I have one experience about maybe 4 years ago. I saw the vacancy and the requirements was 10 plus years experience on React.js. Actually, React only some several years, not a 10. And maybe it's mistake, or maybe it is, some task in the vacancy that you should say to the HR or to the technical guys in the company, guys, I passed first stage of your recruiting process, and I can say you that React has not old framework. And after that,
Exactly. Yeah. Thanks for sharing. And
I have also a question for Farhad. Sorry, Roman, for interruption about your community. So one of the main points that Vue.js framework is quite popular. How do you think? Do we have many projects in the market that connected with Vue.js framework, or for now it is just an interesting technology on which you can take part and give some experience? What do you think about modern state of its framework?
Yeah, I can say in official way, I wearing my suit and say that, okay, let's looking for these questions from the engineer perspective. Yes, maybe we can say that in the different task we can apply different technologies. And if we say about a market, Vue.js may have a main market in the China, and it is a so huge market. Yes, it is huge market with different projects. And if we say that about the popularization, maybe if we transfer this experience to other locations, to the Europe, to the USA, and show that, guys, we have a great examples of the successful projects that based on the Vue.js, it will be some of the steps for makes popularity maybe bigger than now. Because if you speak about current situation, as I feel, maybe Pavel or Roman can say other opinions, but sometimes we choose not right frameworks that need for the project, but we based on some business part, on the how many specialists are available for the project, how cost it will be need to search new some position, something like this. And after that, in some last stage, we can choose some technology layer that, okay, for this project, maybe fitable using React. But I choose Angular because I have many specialists on the Angular. Maybe it is some tricky stuff.
So you sit on both chairs, yeah? On Vue, on Angular?
In both big chairs.
Yeah, I also got one. As Farhad was asking, a few years ago, before the pandemic and all this online thing were going on, we had an event here in Kyiv. It was kind of technology battle between React.js and Vue.js. Two of the speakers were presenting different kind of technologies with different points of view, with different applicabilities in business and technologies and features and functionality inside. And the people who were sitting in the audience were just voting with the cards. Is this Vue better or is this React better? And at the very end, we were accounting like for each round and we're defining the kind of culture. I know this is not a suitable approach for choosing culture for the project, but anyway, it was fun.
So, Roman, can we see that, for example, people who use React and people who use Vue, they are like football fans who should fight with each other in order to spread their ideas and to prove which team will be the winner, or no? Or it's or they quite friendly communities that can communicate with each other and just maybe mark minuses and pluses of their frameworks?
Oh, I believe they are friendly because the people are not friendly. They are not allowed to play in one team. They will be playing in different leagues, for instance, maybe. And
it's like a question: would you like to fight for your framework or no?
No, I'm a very peaceful kind of person. I would not fight anyone. I'm okay with Vue. I'm okay with React. I'm okay with Angular. And like 8-9 years ago, I was writing on jQuery, and I'm okay with that. jQuery also cool. jQuery rocks.
Meanwhile, about jQuery, Pavel, what do you think about this framework? Is it really old for now? We took over from the stage where we use jQuery, or for now it is just relevant in some way?
Well, that's kind of a tricky question, actually, because these days we've got Svelte, right? We've got Vue.js, we've got React, and we've got Angular. And you've mentioned this super dusty, super legacy stuff, jQuery, right? And you assume that most of the clients, they don't use jQuery at all. But surprisingly enough, the popularity of jQuery is really tremendous these days. And I was literally surprised, even yesterday, that one of our sort of like big client at EPAM is looking for someone with jQuery experience, because project code base literally is written with jQuery, and they don't want to rewrite it to the modern syntax of JavaScript, right? They don't want to remove jQuery. So even judging by this one tiny example that there are still projects looking for jQuery specialists these days, I can really tell that jQuery is not dead. And most likely in 5 or in 10 years, I guess we will have the same or almost the same situation with React, right? Because now we've got React, right? And it's sort of like iconic stuff, right? The most popular, the most hypey thing, right? Well, and Vue, of course, yeah. Sorry for hot. Yeah, so maybe in 5 years or in 10 years, we will have something like Super React or Super Vue or Mega Abracadabra JS, something like that, literally. Blazing fast, and developers in 10 years or in 5 years, they will hate React because it's super slow, or they will blame Vue because of the number of bugs in it. And yeah, and this is sort of like an endless loop, I guess. We've got some old stuff, we've got some new stuff, but if we look at it in a way of a broader picture, it's all the same, literally. So it's technology and we work with it. So it does not have the expiration date, like milk, for example, right? Or some sausages, right? It will not, be damaged after a year or after a week. You work with jQuery today, you work with jQuery tomorrow, it's fine. You work with React, you work with Vue, that's fine as well. Because literally, it's all about mindset, I guess. It's not about like, wow, I've got Vue.js tattoo right here because I do love Vue.js and I will ruin
Maybe I do.
Okay, Roman. Yeah. It's all about technology, right? It's all about choice, and it's all about your, compromise that you can trade off. So that's it, I guess. That's my point of view. So to sum up, I'm okay to work with React. I'm okay to work with Vue. I'm okay to work with jQuery. Literally, if it helps project, why not? Literally.
I have to try to imagine, like in 2036, for instance, there will be a conversation between one of the previous engineers, developers in the Psychic, where I will be asking, what kind of technology did you use, like in 2016? I was writing on React, and the Psychic, that's okay, that's all right. The thing's already passed. Let's move on. Okay.
So guys, at the beginning of our discussion, we speak about vacancies on the market, and maybe all of you remember the times when you are a newcomer in JS, and what skills should you have in order to give your first position. What's changed from this time, and what of the skill that you mentioned in your CV are not used in real life? Maybe you remember some points on which you trained a lot, maybe, but in real life, it's not useful at all. Maybe you can share your experience about it, and maybe about what technologies for now should newcomers learn.
Oh, I can start. And maybe it will be obvious, but I think Code.js, Vanilla.js. I know many people don't like that opinion, but I think that it's not maybe important what framework we will get tomorrow or after the several months. Maybe it's Next.js, maybe, as Pavel said, Abracadabra JS will be. but all of them based on the JS. jQuery based on the JS, yeah. And if you know some core parts, it is enough, because in my background, if you speak about my first some interviews to the company, all the interview based on the JS, some tasks, some maybe primitive tasks, but in the JS, not in the React. React, it is next steps, and it is not so crucial if you fail some of the React, but if you fail some fundamentals, it is a red flag for the, I think, whole interview process. Because if you don't understand how it working under the hood, maybe for you it will be a challenge how it work covered by the Vue.js or Angular or some Svelte or some other abracadabra JS. And maybe it is a first step, but Pavel, Roman, maybe you disagree with my opinion. I see your face that you not agree for 100%.
Maybe
So just
a
listen you
99.
attentively.
Maybe just for 99. 99 balloons, as Nina sang like 30 years ago. I'd say the next way that I agree with the technology in this war between them. The thing that in case you want to work with technologies, you start technologies. In case you are more fan of front-end technologies, let's start with front-end technologies. In case you want to dive deep and understand some things, how to implement with different libraries and frameworks, maybe it's a good idea will be to start implementing some ideas from scratch in vanilla JavaScript, just in order to understand. Maybe you do not even have to use it in your production code, maybe not, but to understand how this pagination and animation and all these /Asian things work, you could try to work in pet project and share. Very good thing to try, to understand, to learn, to share, and all this kind of stuff. So in case you're a fan of front-end technologies, like learn front-end technologies, they change. And for instance, today we have Next.js. Maybe in 10 years it will be Previous.js. And there will be something new like Tomorrow.js, Tomorrow.js, Tomorrow Festival.js, and all this kind of stuff. So fan of different technologies, learn front-end technologies, and also a little bit of English language. That would be enough.
Yeah. +1 to Farhad, +1 for Raman. I think that I will have the same opinion over here. And just a note about, all this sort of like fancy stuff, right? Let's assume that we're talking about some framework or super popular library, right? And all the projects are using this stuff, all good. But we are talking about open source, and quite often we've got the situation when it is just one maintainer, right? Only one solo contributor decides, well, guys, no, I will not support this project anymore. Bye-bye. It was a fun time. It was great 5 years. Bye-bye. See you. And literally. And then you have to think about, all right, Moment.js, Day.js, whatever, and you play, you try to juggle with all these fancy modules that you can use, but everything can be solved with JavaScript, literally. And you can create all these quote bicycles, right, with JavaScript, and yeah, it will work, right? It will be most likely not the most elegant solution as you may, create with Moment.js, right, or with Day.js, but it will work, no matter how this additional library works and stuff like that. So my opinion about it, like, this is sort of note to less experienced engineers or someone who recently joined the IT industry, is learn the basics, right? Literally, learn JavaScript, learn how internet works, and it will definitely help you in your future career, because frameworks, libraries, they live, they die, though some basics, it really goes day by day, and it will definitely help you. So if you forgot about some stuff in Angular, or if you're working with Vue and you totally forget about some functionality or some method, how you can work with component, you can override it somehow with pure JavaScript. Why not? And it will be just a sort of win-win case. That's my point of view.
And you get +2, and you get +2 from me. That's what you're saying. Like, get to the basics, back to school, be rock. And also Dmitry saying to the chat, jQuery is really rock, like hard rock. Be hard rock.
Yeah. And just a sec, one note from my side as well, because we've skipped the part, the very beginning of this requirement, and this particular sentence really triggers me a lot. Really triggers me a lot.
About years in Sphere?
8 years of professional experience. Ooh.
It is even visible now. It triggers you.
Yeah. Who measures your professional experience in years? I mean, literally, you can work at one project for 8 years. You can have the position of sort of, oh, I do know the code base. I do know all the 100K of line of CSS. And we develop simple single page application, and that's it. 8 years? Wow. How cool you are. And instead, you might have 2 years of experience, but it was sort of combination of 10 projects, Vue, React, you've been working with CI/CD, you've been doing some Node.js stuff, you overtimed a lot, you substitute your team leader, you acted as a scrum master as well, and this
and this is only on Monday.
Yeah, I'm talking only about Mondays. Yeah, and how you can measure this 2 years like on fire and this 8 years of chill development? So this is totally not fair to measure your experience in years. So that's like a solid line from my perspective. So guys, what do you think about these years of experience? And by the way, all our viewers, tell us a bit more about your opinion about these 8 years of experience. So post a comment while we discuss that.
Yep, let's do.
Maybe
I was just trying to, sorry, Sandra.
Yep,
go ahead.
Yep. So I will just raise question about, we speak a lot about stuff connected with JS, but we didn't speak about Node.js and about tendency to have full stack developers on the market. So do you think that this perspective will realize in future, that all front-end developers will be full stacked, or maybe we will have some spots in order to continue to stay front-end if you want to be just front-end developer?
Before we proceed, Alexander, I have just one clarification.
Yep.
You were saying Node.js or not.js, because Node.js it's kind of different. It's different comprehension. Okay.
Yeah, but it's a very cool framework, Node.js.
Node.js.
I think that if we return back to the question about years, it is yes. Main maybe the important part. It's not a number of the years, yes, but a background and skills that you have. But sometimes, yes, we can say that approximately maybe yes, if a person have I don't know, more than 5 years experience, it's more experienced guys than people who have, I don't know, 1 year. It's only approximately, it's not in every time, but maybe it is some usual process for every some CVs, and our recruiters should add this because it's some required field. I don't know, but I totally agree, and my like provided to you, Pavel, that number, it's not matter. It's matter what we have inside this number. It doesn't matter. But if you speak about as a question interesting about full stack and some other stuff, I think front-end have some life hack, because Node.js has similar syntax with the JS, it is JS fault. And here, every front-end developer can start develop some different stuff, and after short time say that, okay, now I am full stack, and now I ready to accept some different position in different companies. But about several days ago, we discussed with other developers, and in different location, understanding of the full stack so different, because if we speak about one country, here is a popular developers who have experience with Java, with the .NET, with the Python, with some front-end frameworks, and it is a full stack developer. But in other location is enough, Node.js, maybe on the starting point, and some modern web framework. And they say that we are full stack, but I think it is different full stack. One is hard rock full stack, yeah, but other some lightweight full stack developers. What do you think, guys, about that?
Oh, speaking about different stacks. Okay, we might want to define the stacks. For instance, in some kind of projects, you full stack in case you're familiar with kind of technology and tools and libraries on the front-end side and the back-end side. But in case you're a kind of developer who works with, tools and devices, maybe your stacks could be extended beyond that with all these lamps and elements to measure stuff. For instance, with smart homes and stuff, the full stack will be the fullest stack kind of thing.
I also think that we're speaking about different kind of development. So if we speak about horizontal development, that means that we mean a full stack development. So we need to know.
And by horizontal development, I mean when you are not sitting on the
when
chair,
you
but lying on the bed and programming. Okay.
When we learn a lot of technologies and have some maybe poor knowledge in all of it. So we have a lot of knowledge in all technologies. So
In
and
that
if we
case,
speak, yep.
sorry, in that case, the resume of the candidate might be not like 8 years of experience, but I have 40 minutes of experience in Kubernetes and 45 minutes of experience in GraphQL. That's fine.
And of course, you won't mention these numbers because for 14 minutes in some technology is quite funny, I think.
Sometimes it's just enough. It's just right.
Yep. And the other side, we have vertical development when, for example, like just view it, we just choose one framework in which we have deepened our knowledge and have some expertise in it and can share it with other people. So I think in situation where market requires from us full stack developers, they shouldn't forget about that we still need the enthusiasts in other frameworks that should continue to accumulate knowledge in these frameworks because we have new standards. We should investigate them. We should know how to implement them in current modern projects. And in order to translate this knowledge to production cases, I think.
Oh, in that case, I'd support the responses from Farhad, go to back the engineering and support Pavel, go back to basis. And also, I have been reading the commentary from the Victor inside the chat. Hi, Victor. It was from the incident like right now, VGets and stuff. We were working with Victor like years ago, and he was saying that instead become a software engineer. Yes, try to become an engineer. The best engineer you can become. It's a great summary, I think, to that question of the stacks, full stacks, the fullest stacks, and Stack Overflows too.
Yeah, and also once Alexander mentioned this T-shaped specialists, right? When you've got some deep knowledge of one technology and you've got some, high-level understanding of everything, let's say backend, cloud, DevOps stuff, blah, 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 what else. Don't forget that you have to focus on one deep and exact knowledge of something. Because literally, this is sort of from my experience. When I see a resume, right, like, wow, I'm super T-shaped engineer. JavaScript, Docker, React, Angular, Vue, blah, blah, blah. And when you ask, all right, what about Docker, for instance, right? Well, I'm planning to learn Docker. Well, why did you put it in your resume then? So guys,
Because I know how to start Docker and how to stop Docker.
yeah, so again, this is not something that you have to put in your resume then. And also, sort of my note to everyone also, I know that today, if we just put aside this requirement, right, we've got a lot of notes about all popular things like Node.js, right, like cloud, like Mac technologies, and we've got a lot of things, right? And you might think that, oh, I'm super useless developer because I have no idea about cloud, or I've been working with React only and I have no understanding of DevOps stuff of the development. I'm truly imposter. Everyone on the project are better than me. I'm no one, literally. Guys, don't blame yourself. From my understanding, it is almost but impossible to know everything in the world. Though you have to pick one technology, deep dive into this technology, say Vue or React or what else, and add a bit of everything, right? Just a bit, so you understand at least basics of cloud, at least basics of DevOps, at least basics of backend. So you can, be brutally honest at the interview, right? Whether it's your project interview, whether it's project to another company or whatsoever. Just, be brutally honest and say, all right, I only know basics about Docker. I only know basics about Node.js, but I know JavaScript in details and I can pick it up for 2 weeks, something like that. I guess that will be a sort of solution for us.
For just 1 second, I was trying to imagine when you were trying to say that you have to focus on, I was thinking maybe you should have, I mean, not you, but someone should have to focus on how to work date picker from jQuery and put it on your resume. I have 8 years of experience working with date pickers.
Yeah.
Expert level of the
expert level. Expert advanced, XXL large, big.
So guys, we just have a few minutes before the ending of our conversation. So each of us can have several sentences about impressions of our conversation and to maybe wish something for our viewers. So let's do it.
Oh, yeah, if we speak about CV, and I agree with Pavel about transparency, because sometimes we can highlight our some all advantages, yes, but of some skills are not confirmed, not confident, but we highlight that in the CV, and in the interview, it can be some points for the deep discussion, and you can show enough expertise, yes, and maybe some transparency check before the CV sending to the company. It is a main point, and after that you can be some rock star in the interview and without any problem to hire in any company.
So thanks a lot, Farhad. It's like a conclusion for our conversation. So we hope that you enjoy our points of view, that you learned something new from our conversation. And I think we will return in future, maybe as Avengers in Marvel Comics or so on. So have a fun on this conversation. Bye-bye, guys.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Hello. I hope you can hear me, guys. If not, if you can, then good for me. It will be easier for me. Anyway, I prepared a lot of videos for you today. So it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, can I have my presentation visible to everybody? My name is Vasily. I'm a JavaScript developer from the Netherlands. And most of all, I'm working with web and mobile. That's why actually I was interested in this headless world stuff. And initially, my presentation, it should not be a presentation. It had to be a conversation with experts about headless for developers and editors. Developers and editors, right? And I told my friends and colleagues, hey guys, let's talk about headless. And guess what they answered to me? It's easy, nothing to talk about. Just Google, quick start with Gatsby, Cypress, no comments. No comments at all. So nothing. Yeah, they say it's easy, but really it doesn't seem easy to me. And this is the diagram of headless application, how they show it to me. So you write it once in your CMS, and then you just get content to your web or mobile application. Yeah, just do some GraphQL or REST requests, and voila, everything works. But I wanted actually to hear answers to other questions like, how do we implement navigation, something about content translation, files, how do we serve files, how it looks for editors. This is a very important thing, and how to build layouts. Where is the navigation here? I don't see it. So I decided to try it myself. I love the technology. I love the idea under it. But you know, I have never had hands-on experience. So that's what I decided to try 2 weeks ago during the preparation to this talk. Yeah, and I will show you today what I ended up with. And let's make another blog. Yeah, let's do that. Well, at least it's better than yet another to-do list, right? So I decided really to try with blog. Well, just because it illustrates nice what we can do with headless, because it's about the content, right? Blog and content almost equal. And I'm going to use Strapi as a headless CMS because it's free, because it's made with Node, and I don't need to click that button on the website, request a demo, right? Some salesman will show me how awesome it is. Yeah, but I want just documentation, and that's it. Just give it to me to try. So Strapi is nice. I will use it here, and for the UI, I'm going to use Angular because I love it. This Gatsby. Yeah, it's slightly different, but anyway, I just wanted to try it with Angular. So let's go, and I'm going to show you the first video with installation of Strapi. I have a few comments on that, and that's why I liked it from the very beginning. So I'm going to share my screen now. Yeah. All right, guys. I hope you can see it now. So this is how the installation look. All that I need to do is open Strapi website, copy the command, paste it into my terminal, and that's it. Yeah. I will choose here a quick start because I don't know what to expect, right? So let's do the quick start. And I expected actually some prompt for database settings and database connection, but surprisingly, it doesn't answer. It doesn't ask me, sorry, for that, because I realized later that it uses SQLite for the database. Yeah, of course, you can change it to something with better performance, but I'm okay with SQLite. That's great. I don't need to set up anything. So it just works right away. very, very easy installation, very smooth, and it's ready to use right away. Wow. No JSON files, no YAML files, nothing, no Docker containers, just one command with Node.js, and that's it. Yeah, great, great, absolutely great. Okay, a quick registration, and that's what I see. Very smooth UI. It doesn't make me feel I'm stupid. It doesn't have a lot of buttons, and it's straightforward. Everything is straightforward, right? We have just few sections here for content managers. Obviously, here we will play with content. This is content type builder. We will quickly look on it later on. Maybe a library. Okay. Now I have answered to one of my questions. Strapi will serve files for me. Good, good. Some plugins, and then marketplace with a lot of different things. Not that many actually, right? You can, from the very first site, you can think it covers everything that you need, but it does not. So hopefully in future we will have more, and hopefully in future I will be the one who helped with that, because really I liked it, despite its limitations. About the limitations I will tell you a bit later. And going to show you right now one more video, a quick one. This is the installation of the plugin. I need to install a GraphQL plugin because I'm going to use it, and that's how it works. How to install plugins here? Very easy. Just copy install command right from the Strapi UI and paste it into your terminal. You can customize settings after the installation, but again, what I really love, I have nothing to do. Just paste this command, and everything will work. Everything will work right away. Awesome. Really, that's very smooth. And 5 vulnerabilities. Thank you. Yeah, Webpack shines everywhere. Yeah, so very easy, very easy. You don't need no rocket science. You don't need to learn everything in deep. If you can work with GraphQL as a user, that's enough. You don't need to do any setup. So awesome. Very, very fast. So as I said, for the developers, it looks great. We can really set up it real quick, and yeah, we're already done with plugins. So let me quickly explain you what I'm going to do. We'll have just 2 collections of content categories. I will use categories as a navigation, and pages. Pages are content of my blog. So that's all I need. That's all I'm going to do. Yeah, I hope it's obvious for you. So this is how my categories are going to look. Yeah, please don't tell me my table is ugly. If you can paint better tables with PowerPoint, then show me how. That's all I could do, really. Yeah, but that should illustrate fields from my categories. So only name and Slack, right? Name I'm going to use as a link name, and Slack as a link address, and as a name as a category name, obviously. So let's go and create it. Oh yeah, I forgot to. I will share my screen back and show you the video. How do I create categories? Now we are looking into it from the content editor's point of view, and also here we will do a little setup just on the way. There are different types of content. Collections is what you are going to use mostly. Single types is something like homepage. I have never used it. Yeah. Here we can set up localization and draft publish system. Okay, nice. So our content editors can create drafts and then publish. Good. Some fields. Very easy. Advanced settings. Okay, I'm going to make this field unique. Yeah, I want my categories to be unique. And of course, I want them to be localized. And second field, Slack. Yeah. This one also is going to be unique. but I don't think I need localization for that. And surprise. Yeah, if you want your field to be unique, it should be localized. Okay, fine with that. Not obvious, really. I didn't expect that, but for now, I'm okay with that. Yeah, now it needs to generate some code. I quickly restart, and it's ready to use. Yeah, I will create category. You can guess what will be the first category here. Okay, I see one locale, it's English, but I want one more, so I will add one. What's the trick in here? I'm living in the Netherlands, and in the Netherlands, there are more than one official language. Of course, primary language is Dutch, but also English is kind of second language, and most of all the websites are translated into English. Yeah, so this is exactly my case. I want my website to be in 2 languages. Usually we create different versions of websites for different translations, but not here. Yeah, here we can really just translate. And that's what I'm going to do. I can copy and again, this must be unique, but what should I do if I cannot translate it? How Angular, how do I translate it to Dutch? I cannot. Guys, come on. So that's really strange that I cannot do this. Yeah, and especially if we look how does it work, right? Okay, I cannot translate it. Then please give me the default translation if I switch to another language. But no, it doesn't give me. So I'm blocked now. That's strange. That's really strange. So what I had to do is to just switch off the uniqueness for my fields. Maybe I do something wrong. Then explain me what do I do wrong? Yeah. For example, yeah, I'm a Drupal guy, by the way. I love Drupal, and in Drupal, every content has a common ID for all the translations. But in Strapi, every translation of your content is a different entity. So this is not unique here, but I can translate other into Dutch, for example. That's nice. So let's just check it out. Yeah, I will try to write here. It's in Dutch. Okay, that should work. That will work. Okay, I know it because I made those videos. It's not a surprise for me, but I'm still under impression about why I cannot really reuse the same category name and Slack in another translation. Really, that was surprising for me, but okay, that doesn't stop me from anything. So let's continue. I just switched off the translation. Maybe later I will find out how to do this. Yeah, and tell me if you like this kind of format. I can show you another things later, maybe deeper than I do right now. Yeah. This is my pages structure, also easy. Some titles really Slack to use it as a SEO friendly URL, right? This is the content. It's going to be friendly to crawlers. Nice sketchy photo, content in Markdown, and link to category. So great, we can use Markdown, we can use photos, and we can link our content with other components, with other content types. Lovely. Quickly show you how it works. So again, I will share my screen and show you the demo. Yeah. This one will be faster because I think you already know how to create content. That's very easy. Yeah, so I will just quickly create fields in there. Everything is straightforward. Yeah, just write names, add settings. By the way, interesting thing is that Strapi already has existing field, is unique ID that we can use for Slack. And guess what? It should be translatable, and I cannot reuse it in the other locale. Yeah, so it is almost useless for me. Yeah, and this is the relation. We can add it from both sides, but I don't need to. Just page to category, yeah, and that's all. So my page is ready. I will quickly create one. I'll quickly create this page. Yeah. So title, slug, everything is straightforward. Yeah, long, friendly, nice URL that you can remember, and crawlers really like it. Yeah, let me generate some text for the content from few paragraphs. We'll copy paste it there. Markdown preview works. That's nice. So what I tried here, I made a try to make my text bold with keyboard shortcuts. Unfortunately, keyboard shortcuts doesn't work. They don't work in here. But yeah, we have buttons here to apply styles to the text. Okay, and here's how we can add files. Let's check. Okay, everything's been added. I'm going to check if Markdown can show images. My image is visible. So that's good. That's good. We can do rich content. Very nice. Yeah, let's add hero image. Okay, that's great. I will make a translation to Dutch. Yeah, just to play with API to check how my content is being returned from the API. So that's it for this demo, and let's check how we access content. So let's say I will share another video. I have few collections prepared in Postman. REST API is enabled by default. Yeah, I'm not going to use any authentication. Forbidden. Yeah. Just because I need to set it up. We can create API token to authenticate our API users, but I don't want to. I will just grant read access to all public users so they can grab content from my API. Yeah. So there will be no tokens here. But yeah, if you want to edit something from the external applications, of course, you can create a token and use it. So that works. Yeah, great. It returns me all the fields. I provided locale. Let's try without locale. Yeah, it is English. Nice. So I can get it back now, change it to Dutch. Yeah. You can notice ID is equal to number 2. Yeah, so it's different entity, not just a variation. Come on. Yeah, that's well, from my point of view, this is real architecture mistake, or maybe I don't understand something. Maybe I just got used to work with Drupal, which is awesome from this point of view. With localization, it's perfect. Really, it covers almost everything that we need. Yeah. Images and categories are relations, by the way. You can choose if you want to populate those relations. Okay, let's check how my GraphQL endpoint works. Yeah. So again, locale, sorting, my query, whatever I want to get from the API. So it works. GraphQL is a default GraphQL endpoint. You can change it, of course. That's easy. You just need to open some configuration file, and that's it. Yeah, really nothing hard. Another example, how to find content by category, because I need it in future. And yeah, for O1, because somebody sent authorization header. Yeah, now needed. Okay, good. So everything works. Everything is straightforward. So we can continue. And let me now quickly show you how the application in Angular is going to look. So in the end of the presentation, I will provide you links to GitHub. You can explore the code yourself. So I'm not going to talk about the code too much in there, just because of I'm very limited in time. Yeah, but again, just let me know if you want it. I could write a long read about the implementation in Angular. There is no magic in there, but if you're just interested, yeah. So easy homepage that shows navigation made of categories and components with page previews. The same for category page, but content is filtered here and just a page. Nothing difficult, really, nothing difficult. So let's just quickly look at it, how the UI looks. So I will show you another example. Yeah, the UI, very quick. Yeah, just a simple Angular application, no additional plugins, nothing. Just maybe Apple Angular, yeah, to get content with GraphQL. So yeah, this is the home page. This is filtered content. In the other section, I don't have anything. Yeah, let's check my human-friendly URL and crawler-friendly URL. Okay, everything works. And let's check the page source. Yeah, that's what we expected, right? This is single-page application, so no HTML inside, and crawlers, definitely, they will not like it. So we need to make server-side rendering. Yeah, and this is how it's going to look. I think every one of you is familiar with server-side rendering, right? Concept, so that's easy. We have intermediate backend for front-end. Usually it's made with Express, of course, and this can render a website for us, web pages for us, right? And for Angular, it's Angular Universal. So let's just install it and check if everything will work with my Headless CMS. Yeah. Okay, getting back to videos. Yeah. So this was the first time when I tried Angular Universal. Also great, just copy one command, paste it in your terminal, make sure your Angular components are up to date, and voila, everything works. Everything will work right away. So this is the dependency, and it has added some comments into my package.json. Yeah, I did almost nothing. I just set up the proxy, so it knows from where to get the content. Yeah. You need to do this for the development and production. Most probably you don't need because your application load balancer or web server will take care of it. Yeah, but for the development, you can set up a proxy. Okay, everything still works. Everything is visible. And let's check the page source. Yeah. So it works. Already, I can say it's nice to serve content. Yeah, I love it. Really, I really liked it. Again, besides limitations, besides some weird things I don't understand, I still like it. Yeah, this is just what I did to make it work. Yeah, and one more thing I will quickly show you here. Again, if you are familiar with server-side rendering, you probably already know it. If you are not familiar, then one thing you need to know is that you need to warm up your backend. You need to make all asynchronous calls prior to loading of your component. So another thing, little one I have added here is this initializer that actually makes few requests to the backend to load some content. And this is Apollo Angular. It will cache results for the queries. So I don't need to make changes into any of my components. Yeah, that's really nothing hard in here. Just keep it in mind, right? And try to write your components in a way that the content for them can be initialized prior to component loading. So you don't have any issues in future. Yeah. Everything is good. Everything is really smooth. No issues, no problems. But as I mentioned in the start of the conversation, I'm concerned about editors, what editors want. And I will show you what they want. I will show you guys. So another video, and you can guess what they want. They want the same thing as everyone wants. Yeah, they want everything what Apple has. Wonderful, wonderful landing pages. You see it, they replaced photos with videos. Now they do not load all the internet into my browser. Thank you, Apple. That's nice optimization. Yeah, so wonderful landing page with colorful blocks, with images, icon, text. That's what they want. Do you think they can implement it with Markdown editor? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Usually, customers are terrible thing, right? With the little requirement, they can ruin all our beautiful solutions. Yeah, but customers are people for whom we are working, right? So we need to fulfill their needs. And they usually want some common approach to create colorful pages, landing pages, and that's what can be solved. And I'm happy that this thing is available out of the box in Strapi. Nice, thank you guys. I'm glad you thought about this, and I'm pretty sure other headless content management system, they already have it. Maybe they like more powerful than Strapi, but really Strapi is free, and installation and setup takes 5 minutes. 5 minutes literally. Yeah. So let's get back to the customers. Yeah, they want some common approach for building landing pages, and Dynamic Zone can solve this task for us. Yeah, there are zone with list of blocks that can be different custom blocks. I will show you what do I mean. Yeah, like hero images, like block quotes, some interactive components, and that's what we can provide to them, right? They will open the editor and they will put as many blocks as they want by just providing some fields. So yes, that's what we are going to do, and hope you are not sleeping yet. This is the last video that I'm going to show today. It will be quite long, so get prepared. Yeah, UI engineer should have been called UI engine. Yeah, it's for 3 minutes. So that's how it look. I already created everything. That's how it look for editor. This is a dynamic zone with blocks for content builder. Sorry, yeah, and I already created 3 blocks that content editors can use. Yeah, storytelling block with text and image, hero block quote. They don't need, I mean, my editors, they don't need to apply any styles. Everything is provided already. And I created preview text and preview images just to make previews on the categories page better. Yeah, and this is the editorial experience now. Preview image, few words to show as a preview. Yeah, some catchy announcements to get to take our attention of our users. Yeah, and that's how we can edit blocks here. Yeah, just by providing fields, and in the end we will get some landing page like this. So colorful blocks with predefined markup. So obviously, right, your users cannot do markup and CSS styling. They can rearrange the blocks. Yeah. So that's nice. I mean, that's what editors like, and that's what I haven't found in the quick start with Gatsby, obviously. So this is nice. This is nice. So I ended up with a good result. I think we can use Strapi, and we can really use headless content management systems to fulfill needs of most of our clients, because that's what they do. They do landing pages, they create content for different training portals. Yeah, and all of this can be done with just a little CMS with SQL database engine. I quickly show you here how do I resolve components. That's easy. I created an JSON token with multiple values that provides me mapping from component type name into the component itself. And this is how the page looks, just a list of generic CMS components. And those generic CMS components, they make components from their definition just right on the fly. Yeah, that's how it look. Little template on the top with component host. View container creates component for us, injects the data. Yeah, very, very easy. Few lines of code, but a great result, a great power, I can say. Great power for your users. And that's the example of storytelling component. It gets data as input, yeah, and also there is just a template. Really, no rocket science. Absolutely no rocket science. It just works, yeah. And only your fantasy, only your ideas. That's what you actually stops. I don't know, limits what you can do with that. Yeah. So as a conclusion, I can say one thing. I want to say one thing. One thing I haven't managed to do: layouts. I mentioned layouts. I have no idea how to make layouts here. I thought I will create a components like 2-column layouts, 3-column layouts, and I will put dynamic zones inside those components as a fields, but no, I'm not able. Dynamic zone is available only for let's say root component, for content types, but not for components. That's bad, but then I thought, that's not bad, like that's a limitation. But I thought that actually, do I need this really? Do I need layout builder for my content editors? I don't know. Really, I don't know. Maybe I can create more components with different layouts, or I can create more dynamic zones, like left sidebar, right sidebar, and display those sidebars only if I need to. Yeah, I don't know. So that's fine. I think it's still a right tool. It still solves all the tasks that I had for that. So yeah, it's nice. I need your feedback, guys, on that. On that talk, whether you like it or not, because I'm going to keep learning all those things, and maybe I can next time show you how it works with Amplify or Drupal headless, yeah, something like that. So please let me know if it's interesting for you. So I will keep doing this. Yeah, if you want to play with it yourself, please follow this QR code. You will find the backend and frontend in there. I left for you credentials, JWT token, everything inside the backend code base. So GitHub is already yelling at me for that, but guys, I'm taking care of you, so you can just pull it from GitHub, just run it, and it will work. So please let me know if you have any questions. You can easily find me on the We Are community portal. Yeah, and I think we will share this presentation there on my Twitter and Telegram. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you for being there. Really, I hope it was interesting and you haven't fallen asleep. I'm happy to be with you today. So thank you, guys. Yeah, let's check if we have any questions. Yeah, I said goodbye too early, right? I can quickly check for your questions in the chat. But looks like there is nothing. now I'm experienced headless CMS engineer. Good for you. Good for you. Because I'm not yet, but yeah, I'm going to. Really, I liked it, and I love this modern approach when you can build your solution from different parts. Do you remember how it used to be? You have like all-in-one solution that provides you everything, like everything that you need for eShop, payment systems. I don't know. Now you can build it from a different parts, content from Strapi, something from other parts, payments from another service, and you build some Jamstack application out of it. That's great. That's great, and that's flexible. You are not tied into any of the vendors. You can always replace. So you could build your own CMS, which CMS features you would bring to MVP as a must-have in order to engage more engineer products. Building of own CMS, maybe 10 or I think 10 years ago, this was like very popular among developers, very popular. Yeah, and just 2 minutes back, I mentioned that we used to have everything already provided by CMS. If I would build my own CMS, I would make it similar to Strapi. Just the free tools, 3 or 4 tools, little blocks that you can use to build something bigger. You can extend, customize it. I think for content management system, Strapi is more than enough. Yeah, they can make smoother UI, better UI, something really. I'm pretty sure other headless CMS, they have something like what you see is what you get kind of editors, and it will really look pretty same as what you will see in the end in your web application. But again, this is not something which is needed in MVP, right? So what Strapi already has, more than enough, more than I can think of, really. One thing I would change, as I told you, I would not make translations of content unique entities. I would make it just a single entity and provide variations to that entity into database. That's how it's done in Drupal, for example, and it works really great. If something is not translatable, I don't need to create a translation for that. It will use translation from the default language. Yeah, so I think that's what I can tell you. So one more time, guys, thank you for being there. Really hope it was interesting. I really enjoyed preparation to this talk. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time. Yeah, but I think I will transform it to some long read, and it will have further explanation, like better explanation of different implementation points. So have a good day, everyone.
Hey guys, hello everyone. I
Hi,
hope
everyone.
you're not like you're still not bored, and you will hear our talk, our discussion. Yeah. So today we have a very interesting talk about Node.js, but before going to this talk, I'd like to present our experts. So we have Nazari here. He's lead software engineer. He's experienced Node.js developer. We also have Sergey here. He's also experienced Node.js developer, but he's also solution architect. And it's me. My name is Ivan Drobish. I'm also Node.js developer, and I'm also lead software engineer. Hello everyone. So our today's talk will be divided into two parts. The first one, we will give a small introduction about what is Node.js, why it's important to learn Node.js, and why you actually must learn Node.js. And the biggest part of our today's speech will be actually live discussion. So that's why it's important to ask questions. Please, guys, ask your questions. It can be any question. If something is not clear about Node.js, or maybe you'd like to clarify something, feel free to leave your comments and questions. And actually, the best question, or even several best questions, will be rewarded. So that's why, it's a good idea to try to ask like the very interesting and the best question. Okay, so I think we can go to our presentation, and the topic is why you must learn Node.js. The most important thing here, that Node.js is mature enough, and on this slide you can see a lot of different companies that already using Node.js, and that's very popular companies. For example, Netflix, Uber, Medium. They have a lot of people, a lot of users online, and Node.js on the backend part successfully can handle all these requests, and everything works fine. So that's why you can be sure that with Node.js you can build a mature backend. Also, that's not the full list of Node.js on backend in companies. That's just a list of the most popular companies that already shared information that they use Node.js. Also, one interesting thing here is Node.js has a defined release schedule. For example, every year there is a new version, LTS version of Node.js, and for the 1 year, this version will be in active state, and after that, 2 more years, this version will be in maintenance phase. It means that if there is any security bug or a patch is needed, this patch will be added, and you can be sure that your Node.js application will be secure enough during all these 3 years, and you don't need to think about it. And a little bit about trends. Here you can see trends on Stack Overflow questions. Here we have the most popular technologies today. It's Node.js, PHP, Java, and .NET. So as you can see, Java and PHP, they were very popular several years ago, but now Node.js is gaining popularity, and now Node.js is already more popular than PHP, and we think that this trend will be similar in several years. We will see the same situation with Java. Okay, now let's continue.
Yeah, thanks. So, and since Node.js is really gaining popularity, now we know that we have need to have frameworks to build our application, right? And let's switch to the next slide. Excuse me. Yeah, thanks. And we have multiple frameworks available in the market that show us that Node.js is really like a matured programming language that will be very long with us. And the most popular on these five that I've shown you, it's Nest.js, TRPC, Happy, Cola, and Loopback. The most popular one is Nest.js, and we will talk about it a bit later. But as you can see, it's really snowballing. You may ask a question. What about Express? Yeah, probably if you at least once were talking about Node.js, you probably heard about Express. Express, it's really cool. Yeah, it's good for a start, but it has problems. It's not for enterprise development, right? That's why we prefer to have use Nest.js as an enterprise for enterprise development, because Nest.js is a mature framework that allows you to build highly scalable applications for enterprise, right? And if you're speaking of trends in Node.js, right, TRPC is another framework that is gaining popularity. So if you want to play around and experiment, Node.js as a JavaScript for changes very rapidly, you can play around with gRPC. And clouds. Since we have frameworks, we have really good mature instrument. We need some kind of infrastructure where we can run this Node.js code. And here where cloud came, right? So clouds it's really become like a huge part of our life, and clouds become a huge part of our life. I see that we have some problems. Yep, slide. Cool. Yep. Clouds become a huge part of our life. And you will ask a question like, why do we need clouds? What is clouds at all, right? But if you see a definition for a cloud, it's really like this big wordy sentence. But overall, this is like an practice in modern software development to get access to infrastructure and services over the internet really fast with minimal effort, right? So we have and clouds are used in 94% of all enterprises, right? So clouds are used in 50% of businesses. And we have 3 major cloud providers, and all of them support Node.js. And Node.js, they invest time and effort to add support for Node.js. And Node.js is really a good instrument to start building and develop your backend application using clouds. Speaking of market share, Amazon is the most popular one. So if you are not sure which cloud to learn, you should probably try using Amazon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nazari. And this is really interesting why we're actually talking about the clouds. And at the same time, our talk was about the Node.js. Yeah, lots of infrastructure around the Node.js. And one of them, this is Mac Alliance. Mac. This abbreviation probably new to you. This is about the microservices, API first, the cloud native headless. You actually heard about headless in the previous talk, which was really interesting. And we talked about the content management systems, contentful content stack. You asked about what's the most popular nowadays. These ones too, the most popular ones within the Mac Alliance. And what's the correlation with the Node.js? These systems right now actually used widely within the production projects alongside with the Node.js. And end-to-end projects are created with a JavaScript and Node.js platform with contentful or content stack, with capability enablers like Algolia or Akineo, with a Vue storefront, whatever it might be from this Mac Alliance. And in other platforms, as a commerce ones, Fluent Commerce, commerce tools, or whatever. There are lots of them. And let's continue diving deeper into the NoSQL and SQL, some other parts of Node.js and the platforms which could be used.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's enough for now about some introduction, what is Node.js and why it's important to learn it.
Okay.
Actually, I think that the biggest part of our community, of our today's audience, is not aware about some deep things of Node.js. So that's why I think that's fine for now, talking about why learning Node.js is important. And now let's start our discussion. And like the first question that I'd like to ask you guys is, how do you think, where should I start learning Node.js?
Yeah, thank you actually, one that you stopped me, because yeah, this is like an endless discussion, what could be used alongside with Node.js, how it actually could be used. But let me try to answer this question and a bit rephrase it, how I actually started my journey, because you could start the Node.js journey in different ways. I started this journey a long time ago. I could say that my production experience was started after some pet projects, and I joined the first, I would say, production EPAM project, which was started with AWS Cloud with a Node.js long time ago. When I was, I could say, front-end engineer, more front-end engineer rather than back-end engineer, full-stack engineer, I had some fear but it was, I suppose, easy to me, and we will talk about that later on, why I'm saying that to start working with Node.js, to start creating your application with Node.js and even in JavaScript, this is pretty easy. That's why this sentence, you must learn Node.js, to me, this is like easy, why not? Nazari, don't you agree with me or not?
Yeah, I think at least to start, writing Node.js code, it should be easy because you already know JavaScript, right? If you came from front end, as most of us here front end engineers, so at least have been writing some front end code, right? And since you know JavaScript, you already like tackled half of the deal to start writing actual Node.js, and then you should just start like challenge yourself with some real life hands-on experience. I know you're all fed up with this idea of building to-do applications, guys, but this is a good idea to just start and try out with some new instruments, right? You can try using, I mean, don't use database, just store everything in memory and then increase difficulty exponentially, like databases, cloud, so on and so forth.
I would say that knowing JavaScript, it's enough for start learning Node.js, but for some real production projects, just knowing JavaScript will not be enough, and you at least should know what is like backend in general, and of course databases. That's enough. That's necessary for big projects, for real projects. But for starting, of course, JavaScript will be enough for starting learning.
Yeah, and I see comments from the guys in the chat. Thank you very much that you have started this communication. Hello, experts. Would you recommend TypeScript as a main language, for developing a Node.js projects? Nazari or Ivan, what would you recommend?
Okay, I can try to answer. Actually, yeah, we had this slide and we wanted to discuss about TypeScript. I would say that for, again, big enterprise project, TypeScript is necessary. Of course, that's not ideal tool. And there are some disadvantages, and that's not like so easy as JavaScript, but for big projects, it's necessary to use some type systems. So that's why I would recommend using and learning TypeScript for like real projects. But again, for your learning journey, for some small POC projects, for some like pet projects that you're not going to release and create big startups, JavaScript can be easier and I would say even maybe better.
Yep, definitely
Okay.
agree with you. Yeah.
Where is our hold on screen? Yeah, but hold on. But what about the production project, Nazari? Would you recommend to use on production projects?
Yeah, for me, it's become de facto just a standard practice. I never write a JavaScript project. I always use TypeScript if I want to do something like the real work. I'm fine with some POC to just quickly do a scripting, and this is it for.
But hold on, you're calling this is TypeScript project, and still to me this is a JavaScript project. I agree with you. This is like by default for new project. This is 99.9%, but this is not a TypeScript project anyway. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean it's like not just project. It's just a project, right? It's like a business, right? Again, we are talking about it.
Yeah.
And since the end TypeScript is just transpiled into JavaScript, right? And I see a really interesting question from the chat from Nopefish. I didn't understand what is the problem with Express. So what do you think, guys? What is the problem with Express? Why do we want to push back it so much?
Who want to push actually? Who want to push back? Never heard.
I want.
Me too.
Okay, if you want, let's try. But yeah, I would not agree that this is like legacy technology. But at the same time, what I could see from commits in a GitHub, that's actually there is not so many changes within such a framework. At the same time, you mentioned what's always interesting to me, Nest.js. This is gaining popularity and even lots of popularity right now. Most of projects right now running with Nest.js, and behind the scenes, it's using Express. That's why who actually pushing back, Nazari or Ivan?
So, When I'm talking about Express, I mean that using raw Express, it's not a scalable option because it doesn't have a lot of like abstraction. It just have middleware. It has problem with architecture. I agree that yes, Nest.js is using Express under the hood, and it's done for historical reasons. Now you can leverage the ecosystem of Node.js and Nest.js, right? Just easy without any problems. So it was like rather a good architectural decision that Nest.js developers did to be like as much as possible backward compatible with what already was built in the ecosystem of Node.js, right?
I would try to compare Express Nest.js with JavaScript and TypeScript. Yeah, for example, for small projects, for some POC, Express, fine, it will work. You will like reach your goal, you will test something. But for production-like projects, Nest.js is better. It doesn't mean that with Express you will not be able to build a big project. You will be able, but you will need to spend more time for some architecture stuff and so on and so on, and to fix some like already known kind of issues or problems. Yeah, for example, async errors in middlewares. Yeah, it will not go to error handler and so on and so on. Yeah, that's fine for small projects, not small, but like pet projects. But for production things, Nest.js. Or like at least if you want to build your architecture from zero, from scratch, use core. It's the same thing, but a little bit more like up to date with the modern features and async stuff.
But if I would say, hold on, Ivan. Actually, I'm a person who was not working too much. I was working with lots of frameworks, but at the same time, let's hide this problem with Express. What's the problem? Why do we actually need to use frameworks? Why not to write just a simple Node.js code, some functions, classes, and invoke them? What's the problem with that?
Why do we need Node.js? I mean, we can use assembler and okay. Why do we need internet? We can use mail. Yeah, we can send our letters with mail, like it's request.
It's always about developers' efficiency, right?
Yeah.
How fast we can deliver results. How like when people, it's a common language, like it's like patterns. And when you have common language to speak and like common language to build stuff with, it's easier to communicate with other developers to build software because now you have like a common language to do this stuff. This is the same can be like.
Yeah, here I would agree. But talking about the common language and the patterns, you mentioned about the cloud, and within a cloud, you know there are some functions in the serverless. Such a functions could be created without some framework. This is just a simple function which could be written with a vanilla JavaScript.
Yeah, but like all kind of framework things, they already implemented in some serverless stuff. For example, routing already exists in API gateway.
Yeah. So the answer, it depends, right? When we are talking about frameworks, we usually tell that Nest.js is like for when you run just standalone server, right? When you talk about clouds, there is like so many options, like how to integrate stuff via queues, via SNS, and like it's complicated. But yeah, you can build simple serverless applications without frameworks.
Yeah.
But I think we went too deep into discussion without like ignoring what people ask us, and I think like let's answer the question from the chat.
Yeah, and here I found interesting one. What key differences between Node.js and the client JavaScript new Node.js developers should be aware of, and the absence of which, that in your opinion, might lead to the hard to spot bugs? What's the key difference? What actually should developer know to start Node.js development?
Can I ask you to show the presentation?
Yes, for sure.
That's the answer. Okay, yeah. Actually, talking about thank you. Talking about backend, we have several like problems that we don't have on front end. For example, one front
But
end.
hold on, Ivan. Sorry, I wouldn't even start the presentation. But there is a question about the Node.js, not backend. Sorry, I apologize. We will stop you here.
It's the mindset.
What?
Let's say it's the mindset.
Yeah,
on the client, you used to work with like in a constant on one user. On the backend, you have like on the Node.js, you have like a server that handles multiple users, right? It's mindset of context.
But apologize, guys. Still, let's imagine we are on let's be strict, let's be specific. Victor, actually, thank you very much, Victor, for your question. That's really nice one. I would prefer to talk about these questions. Why Node.js as a primary skill could be without the JavaScript. The Victor actually asking the difference about the Node.js and the client JavaScript and what developers should know about Node.js as an ecosystem to start, not about the backend. About the backend, we could talk later on. But what about Node.js? From my side, you know my opinion. Actually, if you know JavaScript, you could start creation of functions, whatever API, but you need to learn REST. REST not related to Node.js and some other stuff. Layered architecture, that's coming next. This is not Node.js. Even event loop not needed to be learned.
Yeah, you can start with just learning core modules of Node.js, because Node.js comes with some pre-built functionality that you will use most of the time, like function, like working with file system, like building servers. This is what you.
But hold on. Yeah. With the Node modules, you're also working with React. You're installing Node modules and
but
working with the
that,
file stream.
Right? It's like really specific thing to Node.js.
Why so? I wouldn't agree with that. This is not a specific stuff. Ivan, would you agree that this is a Node modules? This is specific stuff for the Node.js.
I mean, core modules that come pre-built with Node.js.
Core modules, are you using them lots of the time? How many times you have used them during the last years? Streams, for example, 5 streams.
I used streams. Okay, I used streams in my project recently.
Just a week ago, we had a problem with throughput, and I was writing custom stream to handle big volume of data.
But I would say this is like specific case sometime. One feature during a couple of sprints. What's the other features?
File system, like it's not necessary to have.
Okay, Node.js is runtime. Okay, if you put it that way. If you want to just run something in Node.js, okay, you have JavaScript, it's enough. But if you want to try actually writing like Node.js code and leverage like using actual capabilities that Node.js give you, you actually need to know this like stuff that Node.js gives you, isn't it?
Yeah, but another question from the audience, if you could answer. Majority of the applications are basic CRUD applications underneath. And what's the point of having server-side application and the client-side application if we could use Next and Remix instead?
I can, again, try to answer.
Well, let's do that. We're here.
Okay,
that's a good question, actually. I love it.
Yeah, actually, that might be true for, again, small projects. And by default, if you use, you don't think about backend architecture and so on. You just build like next with React, and you don't care about backend. That's fine for the beginning. But when you need to scale, when you need to have additional logic, when you need to have additional services on the backend, now you need to send email notifications, but it should be sent like very fast. I don't know. And in that case, you might be needed to have like email service, and you need to store this data somewhere, but this data should be stored very secure, and so on and so on. And answering this question, like for small projects, you will not see even a reason of needing of need to learning such like hard thing. But yeah, if you want to participate in a big project, and sometimes when you go to a big project, you need to understand what services already exist in this project and how to communicate with them and what databases you should use and so on and so on. So in that case, like Next.js will not be enough, unfortunately. That's why it's needed.
And I have good point. Thank you very much. 100% with you that this is about engagement. Most of the time, front-end, just let me give one sentence from my side. Front-end guys just looking into the tasks at the design, and there is one point of interaction most of the time. This is backend, but backend guys, they have lots of scaled activities, talking to third-party systems, lots of integrations, and even under the hood, lots of downstream systems on mature production application enterprise projects. That's why my answer to this question hey, if backend is so difficult, why not just to drop it? Within the solution architecture community at EPAM, some architect mentioned there is no projects, real mature projects without backend. That's why no solution architecture without the backend experience. How engineer could become a solution architect without knowing backend? It's everywhere.
Yeah, because all the business happening on the backend, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes, backend is difficult, but while learning backend, this is a backend, right? I love this slide. This is a backend, a lot of stuff going on here. But while learning backend, you became more valuable engineer. It's easier to find project when you're full stack or when you have like more skills, more hands-on experience. It's up to you, right? It's not like it's like we are forcing you, right? It's your decision.
Would you recommend? Would you recommend to learn Node.js to QA DevOps, data, or any other engineers who are not working with front, back, and development on regular basics?
That's an interesting one.
Yes.
I think like for QA, if you are manual QA, I think you don't really need it. If you ask me, like, let's try to answer this from like day-to-day work perspective. In automation, yes, people sometimes use Node.js. In DevOps, you still can optimize, but in DevOps, QA, and data, there is like Python is more popular, like Java is more popular. So it is mainstream instruments and tools that we have for these areas, right? So not in terms of like finding out a job inside QA, DevOps, data practices, it may be a better idea to focus on Node.js because it is a separate practice and it has separate tools and instruments that you should use, like Python, like Java, like maybe Golang. Yeah, that will be my answer to this one.
Yeah, I'd like to add that actually for like AQA, DevOps, or data practice, you most likely will be needed to know just a scripting language, not actually like Node.js. Node.js will be just a platform, and you will be needed just to know how to create a small script to get data from database, map them, get some statistics, and so on. And like the full like backend is not needed for that situation. It will be enough to know just JavaScript with two like libraries of Node.js or Python or whatever else scripting language.
But yeah, thank you very much, Maxim, for your question. If the question is learn or not to learn, I would like to take a moment to speak about the possibilities. Definitely right now we are in the world where we have lots of changing situations, and this might affect lots of engineers, practices, other activities out of IT sphere. And right now, what we could face, what we actually see right now, most of the customers, I would say, if this is like outsourced project, in case this is a product, this is another case, they are looking for engineers who could create end-to-end functionality. That's why speaking about the front-end engineers, who is the main audience of this talk, we definitely would recommend, not recommend, this is must-have. There was no question even, you must learn Node.js. This is like easy transition, and we're talking that this is critical. Right now, for front-end, this is not enough to know only React or Angular. You definitely must learn Node.js. Speaking about other skills like QA, DevOps, and data, would agree with guys, but still there is a question about learning curve. From a learning curve perspective, Node.js, this is the easiest way to expand knowledge of a front-end engineer. For QA, DevOps, and the data, Node.js, this is a best start because you first need to learn the basic JavaScript, I would say so, then Node.js. But is it actually needed? Is it critical for you? I would recommend to learn such stuff on which you could practice within your daily activities. For example, front-end engineer could start task end-to-end using Node.js, and this would be easy. But for DevOps, this would be absolutely, I would say, hard to find a task on Node.js. I don't know. This depends on situation. My lovely answer, which Nazari mentioned, depends. But I would recommend to learn what's actually needed and where you could practice on production projects. This would be effective. But yeah, let's try to find another question. I found. Do you recommend to try to join the Node.js Global Mentoring Program if I'm Angular developer and never touched Node.js? Is it comfortable course to start exploring Node.js? And thank you in advance, I suppose. And I know who would answer this question. Ivan, definitely, our great coordinator and maintainer of many cloud and Node.js programs. Ivan.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to give some context. Node.js Global Mentoring Program is an internal EPAM Node.js program. That's why if you're not EPAM, most likely that's like a question that will not be interesting for you. But for others, yes, Node.js Global Mentoring Program is the program for very beginners, for those who didn't know about Node.js before, but for those who at least know what is JavaScript and how to write some simple codes with JavaScript. So the answer is yes, please do it. And small spoiler, we're going to renew this program very soon. And yeah, starting. Okay, I will not give some dates, but yeah, this program will be updated.
And I would like to give one small note. Maybe Nazari, you would like to talk about it, but I posted in the chat from a JavaScript Competency Center link to our GitHub. And here we have a training, which is maintained by Ivan and other guys as a coordinators at EPAM. This is publicly available, and even some videos are available in English. This training covering cloud, AWS cloud, and Node.js at the same time, because I'm actually a believer that only creating real production, by creation of real production tasks, you are learning something profitable for you, profitable for the business. And during this training, you're creating end-to-end application using whatever framework from a front-end, Angular Vue and Angular Vue, what else? React, yeah. Angular Vue and React, and the Node.js with AWS. And this is highly recommended. I would recommend to you to go to the JavaScript GitHub, our Competency Center GitHub, and try. You could learn it whenever you want. It's already available offline every time.
Yeah, good. Really, I think it can really help our colleagues, and yeah, for who wants to learn backend to like get a hands-on practice. Yeah. Thanks. So what can you say about GraphQL? Would you recommend to learn it? Yeah, I probably would like to start like with my answer. Yeah, so GraphQL really become popular these days, especially when we think about what are known as backend for frontend. And yes, if you are, I think it's worth to learn it. The short answer, yes, you should learn it because it's used nowadays. It's a modern tool. It's a modern approach, and you will find a lot of vacations, a lot of job offerings where people using GraphQL. It can be really interesting for front-end engineers because front-end engineers are calling GraphQL APIs. And I would say that this is where it may be interesting for front engineers to start learning Node.js, right? Because when you can do both BFF work and front-end work, you can do like deliver more value really faster because now you can do like half of the backend work and full front-end work by yourself. That would be my answer. But what do you think, guys?
From my side, what I could definitely say, if you would like to become experienced engineer, you at least should be aware of concept. In case somebody would ask you what is the GraphQL and what's the difference between REST and the GraphQL, and you are a senior software engineer who actually working on backend or even frontend, I would say shame on you if you would not be able to answer what's the basic concept of GraphQL and in which cases GraphQL is much better than REST API. At least know the concept. This is must-have. In case you, after this video, during this video listening, you actually don't know what it is, after this video, let's type GraphQL, what it is, what's the main concept. And we mentioned this slide. There is no need to learn everything at one time. There is no need, and it's impossible. But knowing the concept and how to build the learning curve, how to dive into this stuff, that's why we have some trainings within EPAM. Who is not within EPAM, join EPAM. But I don't know, Ivan, what you would like to do.
Yeah, join EPAM, guys. We have a cool training program if you want to
send CV to my email. Yeah, I'll refer you. Okay, I'm just kidding. Yeah, actually, I wanted to say that the thing that you said, at least knowing what is GraphQL will be very beneficial for you as a software engineer.
Yeah, overall engineering is about concepts and practices, right? Like tools came and go, but if you understand practices, you can easily like switch instruments and use different programming languages. So let's probably jump onto another question, and this is an interesting one. It's from Dmitryok Q. Pavlov. Do you actually need to know exactly Node.js when you're writing lambdas in AWS? Because usually you write lambdas with JS or TS, not using Node core modules or other features of Node.js. Yeah, it's a cool question. So what do you think?
Okay, since like Sergey is fully agree with this point, I'll try to kind of
at the beginning. You see, do you actually need? No need. I'm actually trying to be accurate with the questions and clearly to describe. Do you need to start? Do you need to know Node.js to start? No need, but later on.
Okay, yeah, actually you answered this question. Yeah, for starting, you don't need, and again, it depends what do you mean by Node.js. If it means just Node.js as a runtime, probably not, because you will use almost only JavaScript features. But when we're talking about more stuff as such as backend things and scalability, call stars, and so on, that's not like connected to Node.js itself, but that's all about backend. And in that case, the answer is yes. You need to know backend to build big applications with lambdas as well. But the Node.js itself, it's not needed to know for lambdas.
Yeah, and I would add just another it depends what you are doing. If you're doing something simple, CRUD, yeah, no problems. If you're trying to build high load functions that are processing a lot of data with lambdas, you may encounter issues, and to solve these issues, you need to know core Node.js and how to scale your Node.js, how to process big chunks of data efficiently in Node.js. So yeah, to start, you don't need to, but eventually you can bump into some issues that requires deep knowledge on Node.js runtime and Node.js specific stuff.
That's why, yeah, absolutely agree with you, Nazari. For some specific cases, definitely you need to know, and ideally you need to know as much as is possible. At the same time, there is a case about the AWS scalability. You mentioned scalability and the lambdas at the same time. AWS actually manage scalability. And you don't need to care in some specific cases. Yeah, we know we all worked with some cases when Lambda not enough scalable. But you see, world actually providing us lots of building blocks which we could use in order to establish such a functionality. Why we talked about Mac, why we talked about Nest, why we talked about content management systems, because functionality sometimes created for us in order to build product faster. Because right now, build a product in 1 year, this is not needed for the customer. In 3 months, yes, it's okay. But how to build it faster? We need to get these building blocks. And I got some questions from some previous conferences or talks. What is a low code solutions or zero code solutions? the more functionality we're getting out of the box, the better. But at the same time, we might be facing with vendor lock. And I see one question from JavaScript Competence Center. This is not a question, this is like a statement with which I would disagree. I would say so. Strictly disagree. Well, of course, you might try to implement. Yes, you might try to implement all the backend functionality, but what is meant by all backend functionality? Where you actually would be able to store the big chunks of the data, even not the big chunks of the data, just small data pieces within the jQuery. I don't know where, within the CSS, I don't know, local storage, where it could be Node.js or any other backend language backend must have. Would you agree, guys? Or you actually had such experience with jQuery CSS? I don't know.
Fortunately, no, and yeah, definitely agree. But
yeah, if you,
like,
if you build in local application, you can just store in local storage. But yeah, if you are, but that's usually not how our business operates, right? And people
but in
sometimes can say,
front-end-
okay, we have fire storage or something like that. Ready to use.
But hold on.
It is backend.
To-do list.
In front end, we have databases. We have IndexedDB. We have WebSQL, if I'm not mistaken.
The
You can
single
use
user
data.
applications can be built like using only front end applications.
Yeah, and the business application to-do list. We're making business. We're making like to-do list for our daily activity. This is also business application. We could use local storage, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I would.
then you need to share to like invite people to do like a teamwork on this to-do list. And how do you do it? How do you handle it?
Yeah, exactly. I'm changing my mind. I would agree with this sentence. Yes, for some application we could.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you to show the presentation?
There is actually a question I see before we. Yeah. Can you just answer one more question before we talk about this like hot topic?
Okay.
Is it possible to use Node.js with other languages, Java, C, and other? I think the short answer is yes.
Absolutely. C++ add-ons and whatever.
Yeah, I was building C++ add-ons for a year on one of my projects. It's like, yeah, I have that experience. It's insane. So you can actually use C++, Node.js inside is a C++ code. Yeah, but speaking of modern architecture, microservices, usually you have different microservices and they can be built using different languages. So they can talk to each other, and like one can be written in Java, another in Node.js. But yeah, maybe you guys have something to add.
Okay. Yeah, I think like everyone is agree about that, and I think we can move to the next one. So several years ago, Ryan Dahl is the one who created Node.js. He said like, okay, guys, Node.js is the deprecated thing. Don't use Node.js. I have created a new thing. It's a Dino. And the question is, so will Dino, or we have another a similar runtime is Bun.js, will they kill Node.js? I mean, will they become more popularity and replace Node.js? And do we need to learn it?
Yeah, I love it. So do you want to try?
Do you need to learn it? You know my answer. You need to know the concepts, but at the same time, will kill. In what period of a time? Not enough parameters to answer this question. I would say so from my side.
Like 10 years.
I don't know.
Okay, the question, is it possible that somewhere in the future, Dino will be more popular and will replace Node.js?
No, I actually doubt it. The question is like the maturity of instrument and the adoption, right? Both Dino and Bun.js are using JavaScript language. So if you're afraid that you'll need to learn something new, you already know JavaScript, you can write code. But what about adoption? Major clouds, major frameworks are already supporting Node.js. Let's say, why a cloud should adopt Dino or Bun.js? They are new, people don't use them. I mean, like there is a low margin of people who are using it, right? What is the reason to adopt these tools?
It's obviously like supporting TypeScript under the hood, out of the box, and better performance. Bun.js is, I don't know, some amount of percent faster than Node.js.
Yes, it's true that it's faster, but it's still version 0. It's still not, we don't know where it will be in a year, right?
There's just naming.
Yeah.
Okay, so React Native is
It doesn't have a
0.
debugger
something.
yet. It doesn't have a debugger yet. I mean, it's a question like where this tool will be in 5 years. And so I think it's really early to tell whether it will kill or not. And even if it will kill, we actually don't care because the concept remains the same, the language remains the same, the infrastructure remains the same, right? It's still JavaScript world, still the same language.
I have one interesting, the last thing about Bun.js. I have one comparison talking about why maturity of some tools is important. So we have Express. It's not mature enough. We have a lot of new frameworks that are better than Express, but the Express is still the most popular framework in the whole Node.js world. That's actually one of the example that like maturity and communities really matter. And if like we have a lot of them, at least it will take a lot more time. And when we're talking about Express Nest.js is definitely like better and one level higher than Express. But when we're talking about Bun.js and Dina and Node.js is just a little bit better, like a little more performance, a little better support of TypeScript. That's not enough.
Yeah, and what to talk about? PHP and the JavaScript. JavaScript kills PHP? No. How many years? And
it's been like 10 years already.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is no reason to kill anyone. This is just be competitive. This is the main point, not to kill anyone and be like unique. Can I have Node.js tattoo on my backend? So then Bun.js will kill me on my backend. Yeah, nice sentence, Milot. And let's try to answer one probably last question. It's anyway started. Abzal, from your side, last question: is full stack developer real? Would you agree that full stack is backend developer that knows a little bit about CSS? From my side, I would not agree because I consider myself as a full stack engineer. I know even more than some front-end engineers about React, Angular, and the Vue still, because practicing it. But would you agree, Nazari, Ivan, with this sentence? With CSS, yeah, CSS
definitely,
not
yeah,
part
it's a
of my
must.
daily
Yeah,
job.
yeah,
This is my fear.
Yeah, I agree that full stack developer is a real thing, but I think that we need to. It's a real thing, yes, and full stack developer is not should know more than CSS. It's definitely at least some framework, like a front end framework, because this is how modern software built. But I think one part that we are missing here is that full stack is more than just technologies. It's also about the mindset, right? About knowledge, how everything is built end to end. It's about being able to deliver this end to end result, right? This is what full stack means for me. But you can challenge this probably.
No, I fully agree with you. So that's a real situation. But anyway, you will be better in some of these things. I mean, if you will be focused only on backend, most likely you will have at the same time it will be better experienced engineer in backend and another full stack that spend the same amount of time. But yeah, it's still real. Maybe in future when front end will be way more complicated than today, maybe it will be much more harder to sit at the two like chairs. Yeah, you will be need to choose something to be like T-shaped. Yeah, but for now you can be, I don't know, this letter like when you experienced in both things.
Yeah, let's be better than we are today. Thank you very much, guys, for today's discussions. See you, my lovely audience, today and tomorrow later in the community activities. Thank you very much for joining from my side. It was a pleasure to talk with you, Nazari and Ivan.
Yeah.
There is no sound, Hanua. Could you check it, please?
No sound. It's okay. Now.
Hanuma, say something. Oh, yeah, but you have terrible sound. Maybe
Or is it?
Mohit?
No. I think last minute issues. Give me 1, 2, 3. Is it better now? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Hello. Hey guys, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening wherever we are. Thanks for joining in. So my name is Hanuma, and I'm joined by my friends Ashish and Mohit. So we represent the United UI community in India. So first of all, before we get started, we would like to thank the organizers for putting this wonderful conference together. We all understand how much effort it goes into gathering a lot of information, coordinating with 7 communities across 7 countries, and then taking care of logistics. So we appreciate all the effort that went into this conference, and we really thank for that effort. Now, so today we are going to talk about data sharing and micro frontends. So we're just waiting for the slides to come up. Okay. So, okay, meanwhile, while the slides come up, I'd like to request my friend Ashish to introduce himself.
Hey guys, I'm Ashish. I work as a solution architect with EPAM, and we are going to talk about data sharing patterns which we use in any of the micro front-end architecture. Thanks, Anuma.
Mohit? I think, Mohit, can you hear us? Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. We're just having slight trouble with the technology. So we'll bring up the slides now. Yeah. So I hope it is visible. So again, taking a step back, we represent United India community in India. So this community has been formed in 2019, and the aim of this community is to build a network of passionate engineers who wants to do UI development and UX design. And as with any enterprise, we have been consuming a lot of ideas and a lot of learnings from the community. So we also think that it is good time to give the community back, and we share our learnings and experiences. And we also want to conduct hackathons and increase the knowledge and understanding of how things can be done in different ways. So we have been doing this for quite some time now. We have conducted offline events and online events, and ever since COVID kicked in, it has been only offline. So welcome to our talk. So today we are going to talk about data sharing and micro frontends. And myself, I'm Hanuma. I work as a solutions architect at EPAM. So I have been programming for a good 11 years now. I started with server programming, then I got into front end, and now I'm starting on micro frontends, where my focus is on the architecture aspect of it. Now, Ashish, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yep. So I just talked about briefly about myself. So I have also similar like more than 11 or 12 years of experience. I have mainly worked with the front end stack. With front end, I mean JavaScript stack. Worked with various libraries starting from Angular JS to Angular multiple versions. Then explored React, Vue, React Native. Then have some experience with Flutter as well. So yes, I also look forward to build better UX because I personally feel that a good UX can build. A good UX translates to a good product ultimately.
Yeah. Thanks, Ashish. Mohit? Okay, I think Mohit is still experiencing some technical glitches. We'll continue. So the agenda for today is we'll look at the evolution of the web development, and we are going to understand what micro frontends are, and then what are the challenges in building micro frontends. So whenever we talk about micro frontends, people are very curious to understand how data can be shared across micro frontends. So that will be the topic for today. So after that, we will take a look at a demo and then Q&A. So when the first website was built in the late 1980s, so this is how it used to be. This is known as the www project, and it was founded by Sir Tim Berners-Lee. Now, if we look at the way technology has evolved, right now we are coming to you live from a web-based solution. And as we all know, JavaScript is one language that powers most of the things in the browser. So you are able to see us and we are able to communicate with you using the same old technology. But as we know, it has evolved a lot of, it has been evolving and it will continue to evolve. Now, when the web development started, the idea was to build one application, and the application was supposed to do everything that the business users needed. So when we started development, we had the front end, we had the back end, and we had the database, but then we only had one code base. So the development and testing was very simple because it is just one application and one code base that you need to test. And because it's also one code base, it's just one executable, and so there will be only one deployment. It's less operational overhead because you only need to account for the infra that is needed for one particular application, and initial cost is low as well. But the disadvantages, if you look at it, the code is very tightly coupled. There is high coupling. Then the performance could be an issue. And it also gives as a problem when we think about newer technologies. If we want to adopt a upcoming technology, we will not have that flexibility because we are tied down by the code base that we are working on. If there is a code base that has been running on VBScript or ASP.NET that has been in the industry for quite some time, it's very difficult for us to go and add a new technology. So the flexibility will be low. And even a minor change, if we need to make a minor change, it needs a full deployment. So the amount of regression testing that we need to do for a monolith application will be very huge. Moving on. Then from the monolith, we went to front end and back end. So here we introduced the decoupling rather. So we kind of decouple the front end and we kind of have a separate team for the backend development. So this backend team used to work on the database as well. As you can see, there are different advantages and disadvantages. But in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this slide. Then in the last decade or so, we have been hearing about microservices. Now in microservices, what do? We kind of try to employ domain-driven design, and then we talk about boundaries and all those stuff, right? So what essentially it means is we have separate teams, independent teams, which are working on a single unit of work, a single service. So this service would actually do its job. When I say job, what is it going to do? It is going to talk to its own database predominantly, and this database will be tied to a particular domain boundary. So if there is a application such as an e-commerce application where you can have shopping, where you can have orders, all these things would be coupled, and each of the service would only work for a given boundary. It has a lot of advantages because the code base will be very small, and then there is a lot of flexibility with the technologies because microservices can be built with any technology. Like you can have a service that is running in Go, whereas you can have a different service which might be talking to this service, and that could be written in Rust or Java for that matter, right? It could be written in Node.js as well. Now, these services are independently deployable. Like if there is a problem with one of the service, we can fix that and get it to production as soon as possible. So this also gives us fault isolation, and then the scalability in performance would actually add to the benefits of what we get with microservices. But as with any coin, we have two sides. The disadvantages of microservices is it's a lot of integration. Lot of integration effort is needed to bring all these things together. Then cross-cutting concerns, like how do we trace, how do we audit, how do we authenticate and authorize the users, right? Then infrastructure cost will be high because you need now procure a lot of servers to run these microservices. In the monolith style, we only had to get one server for running a simple application. But now that simple application has become so much complex that you need 10 different servers for running 10 different services, possibly. I mean, theoretically, we can run in a single server, but considering the enterprise level design, it's always a single service on a server. And operationally, it's a bit tedious because now you need to monitor a lot of services, and if there is any patch that we need to do, we need to apply on all the services, on all the servers. And if we have multiple instances of each of the service, we need to go and apply those patches everywhere. So there are a lot of advantages as well as disadvantages to this. Now, what we have learned so far, we started web development by building a monolith application. Then we kind of introduced a single layer of decoupling by saying, okay, we are going to do front end and we are going to do back end as two different teams. And then we added microservices to the picture. In microservices, we have different services which are being developed by different teams. Now, the problem is still at the top. The front-end development is still being done by a single team. It is still a monolith. So obviously, there is room for improvement. Now, what are the things that we can improve? Slow onboarding is a big problem, right? Like if there is a newcomer who is joining the project, he will have to understand a lot of code just to understand and fix some defect. And if somebody has ideas, like if somebody is trying to innovate, the innovation would be less here because the amount of adoption that it needs, the amount of code base that he will have to understand, and the amount of changes that we need to do could be cumbersome. Then, as with any huge code base, because it's a monolith, the slow changes would impact the deployments as well. Like if we need to make a small change, we need to do a full deployment for the front end. So micro front ends is a term that has been coined by ThoughtWorks. So it was first published in the Technology Radar in 2016. So Technology Radar operates in 4 different phases. It starts from hold, then assess, then trial, and then adopt. So in 2019, micro front ends has been adopted. It started in November 2016, so it took like 3 years, a good 3.5 years for the adoption. Now, how do we apply the learnings that we have from microservices to the micro front end, right? Like, sorry, the front end architecture. So here we see the front end is still a monolith, but whereas our back end is already decoupled. Now, can we take that learning and then apply it to the front end? Yes, obviously we can, right? So that is where we came up with this micro front end thing. The industry started adopting this norm. And now what we are having is there is a separate team for each of the component for a given domain boundary. So this team is responsible for building the front end as well as the microservices. So from horizontal, we went to vertical. So this is the pattern that we are calling as micro front-end architecture. Now there are different ways to implement micro front-ends. So from here on, my friend Ashish would take over.
Thanks, Anuma. So we've listed down some of the well-known frameworks which are available in the market, or the tools and technologies which are used to create and build any micro front-end architecture. So some of the famous ones are single SPA. So they work on the principle of router. So it was initially built taking into the reference of React plus React router. So they leverage that and they provide a framework, or they provide a ground for us to build the micro applications, and they are technology agnostic. We can build multiple micro frontends in Angular, React, Vue, or for that matter, any other front-end library or framework, and they can be coupled using the single SPA. Now, the second thing which you want to talk about is module federation. This is very famous in the micro front-end world. This gives us the flexibility to expose the micro frontends to other micro frontends or the base layer, so that it can be coupled together and used as a single application in the actual production setup. Now, to talk about Luigi is one of the most preferred and very famous framework for building micro front-end architecture. So they already have enterprise ready solution, and they provide modularity, extensibility, scalability, and they are again technology agnostic. So some of the very big companies like SAP use Luigi. Now, if we talk about the last one, which is open components, so the beauty of this open components is they do not tie you with just JavaScript. You can build your micro frontends using some other technologies like Ruby or PHP, and it gives you the flexibility to bind all those micro frontends or micro applications together to form just one application. Let's move forward. So just wanted to quickly talk about the advantages of micro frontend. So it is first is very evident that it is technology agnostic. We can have multiple micro frontends running on multiple technologies. Then the teams become autonomous. So teams are not dependent on each other. They select their own tech stack. Uh, there's no coordination, a lot of coordination required between the micro front-end teams. Yes, integration points are there, but the internal teams or the micro application teams can work independently. Then the third point is independent development. All the code base, right from code base to deployments, it is handled by independent uh, development teams. Then micro frontends are scalable in nature. You can have your independent micro frontends scale to multiple levels. Then it provides you better testability because things are now segregated and we can focus on testing for a specific micro frontend. Then it by design it makes the entire architecture fault tolerant because when we divide let's talk about a monolith application into micro frontends, it is giving you the flexibility to have independent teams which focus on independent capabilities and ultimately gives a flexibility to figure out, and whatever the issues if we figure out, they are like very tightly bound into a small teams, which ultimately gives a better product. And I would say a better uh, ultimately the delivery experience becomes better and there are less errors, less bugs, less fault as compared to the monolith applications. Now let's move forward to the challenges which we see in the micro front-end architecture. So the first problem we see is the UI consistency. Like we talked about that multiple micro frontends can be worked up with multiple applications. There could be multiple teams running behind them. So UI consistency becomes a problem because we have to keep everyone on the same page. There are issues with styling because some teams could be using some other stylings. Some other teams might want to go with some other styling techniques. So to create a cohesive UX, it becomes a challenge. Then the data sharing and communication between the micro frontends, which is like the core of our discussion. So this becomes a challenge because we need to have a strategy so that we can share the data effectively and in a proper way. Then the integration testing becomes a challenge because now things are like decoupled. There are a lot of, I would say, pieces of the application. So integration efforts increase. So hence it becomes a challenge for the entire team to do the integration testing. Then debugging, not in terms of debugging any specific microservice, that is for sure easy. But when we talk about, let's say, production setup, when we have L2 or L1, L2 support teams, when they try to work on, giving support, so it becomes very difficult for those teams to route the issues to the correct team because on the top it looks like it's just one application, but internally it is not. Then the build process, it becomes very complex because of the nature how these micro frontends are getting laid out. Then definitely increases the complexity if we compare it with any monolith application. This is definitely much more complex in not just in terms of uh, the coding complexity, but overall process complexity increases. Okay. So now let's quickly talk about the data sharing and communication patterns. So there are basically three kinds of data sharing which needs to happen. One is from parent to child, which is like basic DOM manipulation. You pass on something from top to bottom. Then you have your child to parent, which is driven by, let's say, event driven approach. You pass on the events, then it is consumed by your parent. Then the third is from child to child. So from child to child, it is again used with the help of events or some other pub-sub techniques. So I would now hand it over to Mohit. He can quickly
Okay,
showcase a demo of
sure,
what we have built and showcase the data sharing patterns.
sure. Thank you, Ashish, and I will quickly demo. So we have we have built a cute little app called Fruitwala, and once you see this app, it's very simple, nothing in this app. Now looking into it, the header section of the application is designed using React.js. The fruit section of the application, where you see all the different fruits, it's designed using plain JavaScript. The add to cart section, it's designed using a framework called Shelf, and again the card part, the card that you see here, this is designed again using React.js. So I can go ahead and select something here. So you see there is a data sharing which is happening between this section of the application, the JavaScript plain application, with the Shelf application, where it needs to pass some data to it. And now when I add this here to cart, again from the Shelf application to the React application, we are passing what is added to the cart. And when we click here, we see the cart view, and the items which are there in the cart can be seen in the cart view. If I add something else, mango is my favorite fruit, I add it here, I click on this, I have orange and mango in the cart. So you see a simple example of using the micro front end, where different frameworks are working together and sharing data. And now we'll go into the code and see how it is doing that. So quickly onto the code. Yeah, so coming to the code, this is a micro front-end application which we have built using single spa. In single spa internally, it's using the module federation. If you see here, these are different section of the application, the buy tools being one, where you can select some item to buy, the cart view being another. Once you select, then you see that item in the cart. Homepage is the main parent application which combines all these frameworks together. And the nav application, nav is basically the header and the footer section of the application, and the product image where we are seeing all the products. So for looking into the first section, where we say the data can be shared with a common store. So here, we have created a common store, a simple store which is similar to what Redux does, but here we hard coded it, like we coded it by our hands and just created a simple store. This is having different sections, like it is having a counter, the set fruits, that it contains the number of fruits which can be selected to the cart. And once from the cart section, from the section where someone can select a fruit, once they select here, there's an increment counter. This increment counter would be called from the fruit image section. I will just quickly show. So here it calls the increment counter, and it increments the count which is there. So we import the store, and simple, like it's a common store. Whatever application want to share data, it pushes data to the store and fetches data from the store. So this is one way of sharing the application, the data. Another is being the uh, being the event listeners, and using event handlers. So here if you see, we are basically adding a new event. So whenever we click on the cart view, in the cart view we are adding a event listener for message, and in this message we are publishing the event, and the section which the actually the cart view section publishes the message. From here, from the Shelf application, it is basically publishing the message, it's subscribing to the store, getting and incrementing the count, and then at the cart view application, it's basically subscribing for it. So two ways of sharing data: one using simple event listeners, and second using a common store. So yeah, it's a quick demo since we are short of time, and we are open to questions.
Yeah, we'll put the slides and the code base for this on GitHub, and then we will tweet that wherever you can get it from. So the question is, is it possible to be solution architect with primary skills in front end? Does it mean that on the project should have one more be architect? A very good question, Sergey. So if I were to answer this, right, what it takes for a solution architect, like you can be specialized in one of the fields, like in this case it could be front end. You could be very strong with the front end. So the basic thing that a solution architect needs to have is he needs to have the high level picture, like he needs to understand how things can be integrated with the back end, but he could be very strong in the front end. So with that said, you could still become a solution architect, but as I said, right, there are a lot of precursors to that. You need to be strong in front end, then you need to understand how the back end works at a high level. You may not be strong, or you may not be going into the detail of it, but you should have a view on how things work in general. And then you also need to understand the security, then DevOps practices, basically, so that you have a holistic view of the project. And you should be able to understand the quality attributes, because that is like one of the biggest job, like what to say, I would say that is like the primary responsibility of an architect to identify the non-functional requirements, because functional requirements would anyways be gathered by business analysts. So as a solution architect, you need to have all these things in mind. So if you are like focused on this, yeah, you should be a very good solution architect.
I think we have one more. We have one more question from Shekhar. Is fintech company migrating using Node.js over Java? I think yes. So for the products which they have legacy, they are kind of looking at using microservices with cloud, and they are kind of migrating because their front ends are mostly on JavaScript, and it helps them to their engineers to work well. So not for the legacy product which are currently stable, but for any new modules which they develop, they are actually doing it. So we work for a
And
lot of clients who are doing it.
And just to add on to that, right? Like if you are a JavaScript developer, I mean, primary reason why I believe you are attending this conference is you must be a UI engineer. So if you are doing UI and if you know JavaScript, if you want to get into the backend, Node.js is like the first and foremost gateway for you to penetrate into the backend. Like if there is a team that is full of JavaScript engineers and you need to do substantial amount of backend development, yeah, Node.js could actually be the solution for you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I think we thank everyone like for joining in, and we also thank the organizers again one more time. And I hope you guys have a rest of the good day, like good rest of your day.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, guys.
Hello guys. I hope that you're not tired yet, and welcome. My name is Tamerlan, and I'm the community leader of the FrontSpot Asia, which is a front-end community of developers in EPAM. And today I'm here to bring you, I hope, like an entertaining part of this conference, which is JS Quiz. Basically, what you can do is you can join the link. If the organizer can help me share the link in the chat, and using this link, you will be able to join the room in order to participate in the final part of this conference, which is quiz, and I hope it will be entertaining for you. As basically you can see my screen, and can you please go to kahoot.it, like if the link is not shared with you, and just enter this game pin. So I will be able to see you guys as you join the room, and like if people, and when we're gonna be ready, I will just start the quiz. Hope it's not gonna be too boring. Hope it's gonna be a bit of fun. And I'm not here to make you guys think too much, but just to entertain you and relax. Like by the end of the day, I hope that you liked this conference. It was entertaining. A lot of useful stuff was there. Thanks to a lot of the speakers. Yeah, I see people start joining here. Great. Okay, let's see. I will wait for a while. So you still have time. Let's see how many people we can reach. For now we have 10. Yeah, great. 11. And like I forgot to mention, by the end of this quiz, like 3 winners will receive a special price, which is a license for any of the JetBrains product with a 1 year subscription. Yeah, basically. And like when people gathering, let me just quickly introduce our community. The FrontSpot Asia is a new community of developers in EPAM, and we're basically focused on front end, and we're do have a lot of like interesting events related to front end development, whatever. And as much as we try to be educational and useful to people, we try to be entertaining as well, in order for you guys, you know, not to get bored too much with programming and all this stuff and whatever it is. All right, good. I can see that the link has been shared. Okay, we already have 30 people. Let's see if we can gather a little bit more. Please stay with us. And there are some valuable prizes waiting for you in the end. Okay. 32. Come on, guys. We need more. Let's make it at least 50. It's just a quiz, like no programming will be required, like no coding, just selecting the correct answers from you. And like before we begin as well, please make sure that like you answer the questions correctly and quickly as well, since both like the speed of your answer and the correctness will be evaluated. Therefore, like those who will be the fastest and the smartest in this case will be on top. And after each question, the leaderboard will be updated, and you can see how like the leaders, like those guys who are on top. So please make sure that you enter your credentials correctly, because like at least an email, because we have to send you prizes to winners. We have to send it somewhere. And when you join, you enter the email, and we will send the license link and everything you need to that email. All right, we have 40 people. Let's wait for a bit more, and so then we can begin, I guess. Great, we have 42. Come on, guys, let's reach 50. And if at the beginning the quiz may be like, you may think that it's like, well, too easy or for a while, but brace yourself, maybe it will become more interesting like later. All right, we have 43 people. Let's see if we can gather just a bit more. I guess I'll wait for about like 1 more minute, and then we can begin. 43. All right. Did we reach our maximum yet? Come on, you can ask anyone, like anybody who has at least like a little bit of knowledge in front end, they can join. You can ask your like everyone. Those people who present, like colleagues, whatever, friends, they also can join. 44. Nice. Let's wait. 45. Great. Okay. Come on, guys. Let's reach at least 50. 46. Excellent. All right. Let's see. 46 people. Okay, guys. I'm waiting for like 30 seconds maximum. Like it's 6 p.m. on my 6:05 on my side. At 6:06 I will begin. All right. 47. Okay, 3 more, guys. Come on. All right. 47. All right. Okay. 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we launch the rocket. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right, guys, I will lock the room for now, and then we will begin. We have 47 players. Let's go. The game begins. Okay, please make sure to answer questions correctly and quickly. So what does HTML stands for? Is it a recipe book or something very, very specific? Oh, so the correct answer was it was hypertext markup language. So who is our leader now? The fastest and the smartest was Abhishek Dubey. Cool. Boris and GM. Let's go. Next. Which of these tags would display the largest text? Is it P, H2, H6, H4? I do remember. I wonder how many of you wrote the actual HTML with abundance of frameworks and there. Of course, it's H2. Great. Let's see. Okay, now we have new leaders. Great. Let's continue. Don't give up, guys. You still have plenty of chances to win. Come on. That's a bit tricky question. But maybe not. Maybe it's not that tricky. What is the purpose of doc type HTML? All right. Okay, yeah, of course, it tells the browser what language to expect. Now I see that there's a fierce competition now. Let's continue. What is the difference between HTML and CSS? Wow. Is it different languages? Are those even programming languages, or what is it? You guys definitely know. I do know, but I won't tell you. Come on, 3, 2, 1. Oops. Yes, of course. HTML gives a web page structure and the CSS provides styling, and they're both not programming languages, of course. All right, let's continue. Come on, guys. You still can win. There's lots of questions. How can you make a numbered list? Which tag is responsible for that? It's a numbered list, which is basically, maybe I give you a hint. Yeah, I see most of you already answered. Okay. I think we've got some cool front-enders here. Yeah, of course. The OL, which stands for ordered list. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, I see. That's a competition. All right, let's go. That's true and false. Every web page opens with an HTML. Is it true or false? What do you think? Is it a tricky question or a very straightforward one? You know. Yeah, that's true. Every web page consists only of HTML. Okay, let's continue. I see. All right. Which tag is used for a line break? So if you would like to insert a line break on the page, what do you type in HTML? All right, we got 43 answers already. Yeah, it should be pretty easy. Yeah, of course. Only one incorrect answer. Let's continue. Yeah, I think the leaderboards become stable. All right, we'll see. Wasn't an element that does not have closing tab called? Like for example, this BR element, it doesn't have a closing tag. What is it? How does it called? Might seem a bit tricky. Yep. That's called an empty element. Yeah, I see. I'm glad to see that we have some leaderboard updates. All right, let's continue. What is the syntax for inserting image picture? What is the correct syntax? Make sure that the speed also counts. You have to answer quickly. If you answer quickly and correctly, you are on top. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, almost every one of you. I think these two guys just have it's been a long time that they wrote HTML. All right. Let's continue. A head section is visible to a person viewing the page. Is it true or false? Who knows? This is actually a good practice for both like people beginning like learning front end and those who are already advanced. Yeah, of course, its head section is not visible. Maybe we do have some solution architects that like haven't seen proper HTML file in a long time, just like, you know, working on frameworks and cool stuff. They don't even think that they need like what HTML is for beginners. Within which element should you insert meta tags? Yeah, that's a good question. That's correct. Yeah, I see almost every one of you answered correctly. Okay, let's continue. I try not to lose motivation, guys. There are lots of and plenty of opportunities for you to get to the top. What is the correct doc type declaration for HTML5? Basically, what you have to select is select the correct syntax, I guess. So how do we declare an HTML5? Well, basically that's the first question. That's the first answer. I see we have new leaders. Excellent. So is H1 is larger size text than H2? True or false? What do you think, guys? Don't let anything trick you and try to be fast as lightning. And yes, of course it's larger. Excellent, great. All right, let's go next. So does JPEG format does not support transparency, or it does? Can you make transparent pictures with using JPEG? Do we have some hardcore front-enders who work with images here? Well, what do you think, guys? And well, basically JPEG does not support transparent. That should be easy. All right. Does GIF transport transparency? Who worked with GIF format? Yeah, we do have a nice GIF here. What do you think, guys? GIF does not support transparency, or does it? Who knows? Only you. Yeah, I like the music. And so that's false because GIF does support transparency. I see. Okay. Let's continue. How can you create rounded corners with CSS? What is the correct syntax? What do you think? Have to remember that's the CSS part. You have to remember some CSS eventually. Yeah. Wow. No wrong answers. I see. Yeah, we have some great CSS pros here. All right, let's continue. How do you add shadow to elements in CSS3? What is the correct syntax? Try not to Google it. Try to think. I think it should be pretty straightforward. And boom. Yeah, of course, that's the first question. Yeah, we do have some CSS pros, definitely, nice. Which of these is a valid CSS transformation statement? Like the question is like after you put a transform and then a colon and then which method works? Because there's only one method that is valid here. And that's matrix. Yep. All right. Wow. Andres Rubin is on 12 streak. Wow. We have some really cool player here. How to properly rotate objects with CSS3? Which is the correct syntax? What do you think? Please stay with us. We have a very, very fun section ahead. Like it's not that some boring syntax questions like this. We have some stuff more interesting than this. And exactly, yep. So you guys know how to rotate objects. Excellent. Let's continue. So what does RGBA stands for? Do you think? Should be easy, should be pretty easy, but don't get yourself fooled. That's just a warm-up. RGBA. We do have some cool RGBA device setup here. And RGBA stands for red, green, blue, alpha, of course. Yeah. Okay, okay. Nice, we do have some leaderboards. Which prefix do you need to get CSS3 properties to work in an older Mozilla Firefox browsers? There are some prefixes you can use. What do you think? Remember, have you been ever working on compatibility in CSS? Because you have to include some of the settings. And that's answer number 2. Yes, that's Mose. All right, yeah, we do have a leaderboard update. Next question, how to properly force a word wrap with CSS3? That shouldn't be too easy, right? Is it answer number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4? What do you think? And that's answer number 1, right? That's word wrap. Oh, excellent, cool. Let's continue. What is the correct CSS syntax for making all the span elements bold? How can you make span elements bold in CSS? Should be pretty easy, right? Please read that all the span elements bold, not like once. Yeah, that's correct. All right, let's continue. We're almost there, guys. So the hash symbol specifies that the selector is what? Class, tag, first, or ID. Oh, yeah, that should be easy. Should be easy. Should be pretty easy. And of course, that's an ID. Yeah, that's right. All right. How do you make a list not to display bullet points? Like you can make a list, but it won't have any points next to it on the left. We're still on a child's play level, just some CSS. It's not even JS. JS we have next. And the answer is it's number 4, list style type none. All right, let's continue. How do you make each word in the text start with a capital letter? It should be, that's a really easy question, basically. You should know. That's some, you know, like middle school level CSS or what? Secondary school? Yeah, text transform capitalize, of course. Let's continue. Okay. Which of the dialogs box display a message and a data entry field? It can display like some text box like on your screen with a method, but which does display a message and an entry field, like you can answer that message right in the box. What method it is? And that's a prompt method, yeah. Alert just displays the text, like nothing, you cannot enter nothing there. But for prompt, you can. Okay. So that's the GS questions here. Guess the output in the console. What would it be? We are here on a type conversion here, guys. Think about it. And some of these questions might seem tricky since like it's JavaScript, right? Please remember that. Yeah, that's true, of course. Now let's unleash the power of your GS knowledge. What will this be? 2 + 2. remember some type conversion. Maybe I hope that all of you already passed like front-end technical interviews at some point in your life. So it should be pretty like straightforward. Of course, it's 22. Excellent. All right. What do you think about this one? So what do you think about this statement? What will it display? These questions they usually like to answer on technical interviews, and like it's like, you know, like a sparring for you, just to practice. It identifies whether you really know JS or not, and that's 12, and the type will be number. Let's continue. So what about this? 3 plus true. What will it be? I know that's a weird statement and it makes no sense in like real life or any of the production code, but these type of questions are like they're very often asked by interviewers. So yeah, of course that will be string, 3 true. All right. Please guess the output on this question. 6 plus undefined, what is it? There are some rules on type conversion in JS. Hope this should be easy for you if you know them. If you don't know, pity you. 6 plus undefined. Oh, what is it? Yay, that's 6 undefined. Yep. Everything you add. Oops. All right. Guess this output. Oh, is it almost the same question or something? Or is it? Or is there any kind of trick here? We're trying to trick you guys, and the interviewer will definitely will as well. So try not to get yourself tricked. And it will be none. Yes, not a number. Correct. Okay. What about this one? 4 minus null. What would it be? Think about like type conversion. How does JS works with types, etc., etc. And the answer is 4. This null will be converted to number. Yep. Oh, we have a new leader. Wow, cool. Let's see. What is this? What is this stuff? Come on, guys. Only you can answer. What will this statement evaluate to? What does like double exclamation mark? What does it mean? Come on. Hardcore frontender should know. Of course, it will be true. Nice. Okay, I'll try not to spoil you the next question. What would it be? So, it should be easy, right? Does not a number equals not a number? Or what? What do you think? And that's false. Yep. Not number never equals not number, I guess. All right. What is this question? Type of null. What will this statement evaluate to? That's some. Try to remember the answer. That will really help you on the technical interviews at some point of your life. And it will be object. Yep, that's JavaScript, guys. Come on, you have to understand. All right. What will this evaluate to? Statement. Is it like tricky or is it easy? Or how do you even trust JavaScript after those kind of questions? And that's why we love JavaScript after all. It's very, yeah, that's false. Because it's a strict comparison. All right. What will this be? Should be easy, right? I hope that you won't start hating this programming language after this quiz. And the answer is a reference error because we have true with a capital T, which is not a correct syntax. Yep. Okay, we have 7 more questions. Come on, these are the finalists for this type of object. I think that you can answer this question. That's a very hardcore one, basically. And the answer will get you mad. That's a function. Yep, it's not an object. Yeah, all hail JavaScript. We all love it. Okay, 6 more questions. What will this statement output? What will be the output of this one? It should be easy, right? Just some simple math. Come on, guys. We can do it. And the answer is false, since the output will be like 0.333333333. Oh, 300000004. Yep. And you can Google it. You can Google this phenomenon. Why do some programming languages evaluate to that? Okay, can you guess the output of this statement? I'll try to not to distract you that much. You need concentration, guys. And it will be both false. Is true will be false. Is false will be false. And is false plus false is 0, since it will evaluate to 0. Hey, yep. All right. 4 more questions. Those are the hardest one, basically. What do you think? What will be the output of this? Should be easy, or shouldn't I? Shouldn't it? Nope. Yep, the answer is banana. Yep, it's pretty straightforward. All right, and 3 more questions. Come on. What do you think? What will be the output? I'm revealing you guys like all of the imperfections of JavaScript on this quiz. Yeah. I hope that you will know a lot about this language. Yeah, that's 33. Exactly. Okay, let's continue. Please don't think that all of those JavaScript is that counterintuitive, but there are some, you know, what do you think will be the answer of this? Should be pretty easy, right? Yeah, that's false. Since 3 more than 2 equals to true, and then true more than 1 is false. That's why the overall answer is false. Wow, we do have an leaderboard update. Cool. Yeah, there are some type conversion pros here are gaining up their advantage. What will be the output of this one? Should be easy. I think so. Or shouldn't it? Hope it's not the most difficult quiz in your life, guys. Hope you're with me. And yeah, that's correct. And wow, we do have a new leaders. And the last question, guys, you have to arrange the tiles in the order of output. This is the last question, guys. Please remember. Please take a look and try not to trick yourself. That's basically, I will give you a minute on this. That's a concept of, you know, asynchronous code. It's like event loop and how it will display the things. This is basically like pretty hard one. That's a hard question, but I think you should be able. Like, if some of you recently passed a technical interview, I must probably think that you've been like asked these questions like this, or maybe you've like faced it on during your preparation or something. Yeah, that's a tricky one, but it's a very, very good in terms of understanding how does asynchronous JavaScript work. Okay, guys, have 5 more seconds. Come on. I think your arrangement is correct. And yes, the first one, of course, would be the regular console log. Second would be like promise, since it's a micro task. Then the set timeout is a macro task, so it will be the third. The fourth is promise plus is micro task plus macro task. That's why it will be displayed the last. So basically, let's see who is our winners. Number 3, 30,000 is Dmitry. Cool. Number 2 is just letter S. I hope you have an email. And the winner of our today's competition is Edward. Excellent job, Edward. I think you are front-end pro. Number 4 and number 5 are VS and Du. Wow, you have some interesting names here. All right, guys. Oh, I hope that you liked our little quiz. I hope you don't hate JavaScript after this quiz here. And good luck on all of your technical interviews. Good luck on everything that you work with JavaScript. Good luck on your work. And thank you very much for your attention. I hope you liked it. And please subscribe to FrontSpot Asia on VR community, and I hope we will be having some really cool and entertaining events. So yeah, Edward, very nice job. So yeah, I hope we'll be having some very entertaining and interesting events in the future, and please stay tuned. We will be having some updates, and thank you very much for your attention and participation. It was
So that's it, guys. As you can tell, the conference is almost over. Nevertheless, I truly want to say thank you. Thank you to all our communities. Thank you to all our speakers. You guys did a great job today. And thank you everyone for sharing funny comments, serious comments, useful links, etc. I just want to say thank you to everyone who participated here today. Also, now we know a lot of things about trends in China, right, in JavaScript development. What community leaders think about the best framework in the world, and how many years of experience you have to have with it. Also, now we know more about the combination of Strappy and Angular. Thank you, Vasily, for that. Then Ivan, Zari, and Serhii told us useful details about Node.js ecosystem, and later on, guys from India UI community shared a lot of solid information about micro frontend. And yeah, Tamerlan JavaScript quiz was just a nice ending of this conference. So how about some quick feedback right now? What session do you like the most? Do you love the format of this conference in general? So good combination of serious talks, live coding, and funny discussions? Please put a comment in the chat, and also a quick question as well. I think that this conference went really well, and the next one will be conducted very soon. So what topics do you want to hear on the next one? Also, put a comment in the chat. I'll give you a minute or so for that. Just please type your feedback, type your answers. Really, your voice counts. So while you're typing your answers, thanks again to all of you, literally. Thanks to Just View It community. Thank you, India United UI community. Thanks, FrontSpot community, JavaScript community cave, FrontSpot Asia community, FR Media community, Community Day, and of course, JavaScript Competency Center. Well, I see a lot of answers. We'll review them. We'll definitely look through all of them. And we will begin the preparation of the next Borderless Conference very soon. So it was my pleasure to host this conference. Have a good day, everyone. See you.